welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, creating a soft melody that carried whispers of age-old tales. Standing before the weathered door, my traveling coat laden with raindrops, I observed lamplight flickering behind misted window panes. The sign above swayed quietly in the evening breeze. The Wanderer's Inn, its letters worn but still discernible in the encroaching darkness. There was a magnetic pull to this place, transcending mere shelter from the autumn storm. It could have been the ethereal glow emanating from within, or the shadows lurking in the building's corners, seemingly deeper than natural. Tracing the intricate carvings on the door frame, I felt the patterns shifting beneath my fingertips. The door swung open easily, as if beckoning me into its depths. A blend of wood smoke and a hint of lavender or sage wafted through the air. The common room unfolded before me. Spacious yet cozy, with a grand stone fireplace commanding one wall. Comfy chairs and small tables dotted the room, mostly unoccupied except for a few solitary travelers lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with her silver hair illuminated by the fire's glow, greeted me with a smile carrying the warmth of a winter's mulled wine. "Welcome, traveler," her voice akin to a soothing melody. "You've arrived precisely in time." I yearned to inquire further, but my words evaporated like mist on my tongue. Instead, I trailed her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps whispering beneath our ascent. Patterns on the hallway wallpaper seemed to ripple, revealing elusive designs, flowers morphing into faces, vines resembling ancient inscriptions. My room number 7 at the end of the hall awaited me, though I couldn't recall discussing my duration of stay or settling payment. The door's cool handle turned, and faint music, reminiscent of a half-forgotten lullaby, trickled into my ears. The room materialized as expected, yet somehow exceeded expectations. A 4-poster bed stood regally against a wall, its burgundy curtains swaying without a breeze. A writing desk by the window framed a view of expansive gardens that defied the inn's exterior size. The aged wooden floor exuded a timeless allure, bearing witness to countless footsteps through the ages. Settling in, shedding my damp attire, I noticed subtle details shifting when not directly observed. The mirror above the wash basin occasionally reflected phantom movements, while shadows in the room's corners breathed in sync with the distant rainfall. That night, I slumbered deeply, enveloped in blankets redolent of mysterious herbs. Dreams woven with murmurs of conversations in unfamiliar tongues and spectral glimpses of fellow travelers, some clothed in antiquated garb, others in ensembles beyond comprehension. Morning arrived like a gentle tide, light filtering through the window with an otherworldly quality, as if strained through layers of time. Descending to the common room, it appeared both deserted and bustling, empty of corporeal beings, yet brimming with an ineffable presence, as if echoes of conversations from eons past lingered in the air. The innkeeper materialized with a steaming cup of tea I hadn't requested, but realized was precisely what I desired. "Did you rest well?" Her inquiry laced with an unspoken understanding. The tea tasted of unmade memories and unvisited places. Throughout the day, guests materialized and dissipated with a dreamlike fluidity. A man in tattered attire penned letters glowing faintly in the afternoon sun. A young woman adorned with starlit hair perused a book whose blank pages revealed text only when averted gazes. An elderly gentleman by the hearth conversed softly with an unseen presence, or perhaps a presence visible only through certain eyes. Time meandered peculiarly within the inn's confines. Meals materialized without visible preparation. Sunlight through the windows defied conventional timekeeping. The garden vistas fluctuated, never repeating the same tableau but evoking a familiar essence. Evenings led me to a library I swore hadn't existed that morning. Books lined the walls, bearing titles and shifting scripts. The room exuded a fragrance of leather, time, and boundless potential. An open book on a stand seized my attention, its pages recounting tales of travelers encountering literal and metaphorical crossroads, of inns existing betwixt moments, and of guardians ushering wandering souls. That night, ensconced in bed amid the ceaseless rainfall, I grasped a profound truth about the Wanderer's Inn. Its walls didn't merely shield travelers from the elements, but harbored fragments of time itself. Every creak, every flicker, every whisper reverberated through past, present, and future. Reflecting on departure the following morning, I found myself unable to recall my initial direction or destination. The innkeeper, her smile holding enigmatic wisdom, evaded my queries on payment and checkout times. "The inn follows its own rhythm," she remarked, refilling my cup with a liquid shimmering like memories, "and each lingers for precisely as long as needed." Days blurred into weeks, time a malleable tapestry like the shifting wallpaper patterns. Conversations with spectral guests, readings of transmuting texts, strolls through perennial gardens interwove with my existence. Some mornings unveiled notes on my desk scribed in my own hand, conveying thoughts I couldn't recollect. They spoke of forthcoming journeys and revelations. The ink gleamed with potential, the words metamorphosing upon folding the papers. Eventually, comprehension dawned that the Wanderer's Inn transcended a mere location. It embodied a temporal respite, a pause in life's current where weary souls found solace, or perhaps lost themselves in a serendipitous manner. The innkeeper personified not an individual, but a custodian of this juncture, this interstice between realms where travelers could unburden not only their bodies but their narratives. One indistinct morning, for morning seems an inadequate descriptor for that transitional instant, I discerned the call to resume my journey. Boots awaited by the door, though I couldn't recall discarding them for the final time. My coat hung on the hook, both familiar and novel. The innkeeper lingered at the threshold, though her presence eluded my descent down the stairs. "Will I rediscover this path?" I queried, though the question's essence differed from what I intended. With a knowing smile harboring unspoken truths, she replied, "Those destined to find the inn always do, though its visage may alter upon return." Stepping into a world both recognizable and enigmatic, I carried memories akin to dreams. The sign whispered in the breeze, yet as I glanced back for a final glimpse, the inn shimmered and wavered like a reflection on water disturbed by a gentle rain. Now, on nights of that peculiar rainfall or when elusive scents tease my senses, I find myself seeking a weathered door adorned with spiraling carvings, windows aglow with ethereal light. And at times, just sometimes, I catch a faint echo of a creaking sign reading, "The Wanderer's Inn." Whether a reminiscence or harbinger of what's to unfold, I can never be certain. Story 2. The gentle murmur of wind weaving through ancient trees carried the delicate fragrance of pine and damp soil as I wandered along the meandering forest trail. Dusk descended, painting the heavens with soft strokes of lavender and deep blue hues. A wooden lantern in my grasp cast a flickering, warm light that danced playfully across the mossy ground, conjuring shadows that seemed to pulse with every step I took. I had been meandering for hours, seeking solace amidst the murmurs of the natural world. The forest had always been my sanctuary, but on this evening, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. A peculiar hush enveloped the surroundings, as if the very woods held their breath. Even the usual evening symphony of crickets appeared subdued, their melody a mere whisper in the encroaching dimness. As I ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, my gaze fixed upon an unusual cluster of trees up ahead. Their branches had intertwined over countless seasons, crafting an elaborate canopy that fashioned what seemed to be a natural haven. The sight halted my steps. Throughout all my years of roaming these woodlands, this particular grove had never crossed my path. Drawing nearer, I observed how the branches had twisted and melded in ways that defied conventional growth patterns, creating arches and passages akin to the corridors of a forgotten palace sculpted by nature's hand. The bark, in places where it should have been coarse, was smooth, as if caressed by myriad hands over eons. Bathed in the lantern's glow, intricate designs etched into the wood came into view. Spirals and curves that could have been the artwork of wind and time, or perhaps something more enigmatic. Within the shelter, the air held a warmth distinct from the surrounding forest, carrying a faint, sweet scent that eluded identification. It evoked hints of honey and ancient tomes, with an exotic undertone that teased the senses. Stepping beneath the woven canopy, the timbre of my footsteps shifted, resonating hollowly as if I were traversing wooden floorboards rather than the forest floor. My exploration revealed intriguing artifacts. Fragments of colored glass nestled among the branches, gleaming like captured stars in the lantern light. Twigs delicately interwoven with what seemed to be scraps of paper or parchment, weathered by time and weather, until they appeared part of the natural growth. As I delved further into the sanctuary, subtle transformations in the atmosphere unfolded. The temperature gradually ascended, and the quality of light shifted within this space. The lantern's radiance took on a verdant hue, as if filtered through living leaves, despite the dense canopy above impeding much natural light. A faint sound reached my ears, a blend of hum and melody, barely discernible yet persistent. It seemed to resonate from the very essence of the wood itself, rising and falling like gentle breaths. Upon resting my hand against a sizable branch, a slight vibration greeted me, as though the tree harmonized with an underground melody. In one secluded corner, I stumbled upon a small alcove formed by 3 trees harmoniously growing in a triangular alignment. Their branches had woven together to fashion a natural chair, accompanied by a small platform resembling a table. Adorning the platform were curious objects, smooth stones arranged in intricate patterns, exotic dried flowers, and ancient coins adorned with unfamiliar symbols. As night enveloped the outer forest, the shelter appeared to stir with subtle movements. Shadows danced in ways dissonant with my lantern's sway, and sporadically, I glimpsed soft lights flitting among the branches, perhaps fireflies, though their movements bore an unusual purpose and precision. With each passing moment in this peculiar grove, my perception challenged the boundaries between natural phenomena and crafted artistry. Some of the minor branches seemed contorted into elaborate knots and designs, resembling inscriptions in a script beyond my comprehension. Yet the growth formations appeared intrinsic, as if the trees elected to grow in such a manner rather than being manipulated by human touch. A gentle breeze wafted through, bearing the distant tinkling of chimes, though no wind instruments were visible. The melody seemed to emanate from all directions at once, weaving a tranquil tune that coaxed my eyelids to droop. The natural chair I had encountered earlier beckoned alluringly, and I found myself ensconced comfortably within its embrace. As I settled, the woodland hum intensified slightly, its cadence soothing rather than disquieting. The pattern of lights I had observed earlier adopted a methodical rhythm, crafting languid, hypnotic sequences reminiscent of celestial constellations in motion. The lantern's glow dimmed imperceptibly, though I had not adjusted it. Time blurred within this mystical haven. The forest beyond the shelter dissolved, replaced by a serene isolation that felt alien yet strangely familiar. Oscillating between wakefulness and dreams, each state immersed in the gentle sounds and shifting lights of the grove, I discerned further alterations within the sanctuary. The branches appeared to sway and shift when glimpsed from my peripheral vision, yet remained motionless when directly beheld. The colored glass fragments embedded in the wood began to emit a soft luminescence, casting a gentle aurora that danced across the woven canopy above. The fragrant air grew more potent, still sweet, now infused with echoes of age and sagacity, akin to the aroma of ancient libraries mingled with the rebirth of spring. Faint voices seemed to drift on the breeze, conversing in soft murmurs in languages unfamiliar, yet evoking a sense of latent comprehension. As my consciousness ebbed and flowed, an entity within the shelter made its presence known, not menacing, but vigilant and age-old. It appeared to emanate from the very essence of the grove, as if the intertwined branches were but a glimpse of an immense, dormant intelligence. The woodland hum adopted an almost conversational cadence, undulating in patterns that hinted at significance beyond my grasp. Upon fully opening my eyes, I realized the dawning sun cast intricate patterns upon the ground through the leafy canopy above, forming shapes that almost coalesced into recognizable forms. My lantern had extinguished, though the moment of its demise eluded memory. In daylight, the shelter appeared altered, still enigmatic, yet somehow more distant, as if receding into the ordinary forest. As I prepared to depart, a singular leaf lay upon the natural table by my side, twisted into an impossible configuration reminiscent of the cryptic script adorning the branches. Upon inspection, the leaf unfurled within my grasp, reverting to its natural state with such rapidity that I questioned my perception. Traversing back through the woods, I endeavored to etch a mental map leading to the sanctuary, noting landmarks and distinctive trees. Nevertheless, with each stride, the forest seemed to shift around me, the path subtly changing until the direction of my arrival blurred. To this day, I seek the remarkable grove within the forest's depths. Occasionally, glimpses of what might be interwoven branches materialize in the distance, or the familiar hum wafts upon the breeze. Yet the shelter remains elusive, manifesting solely in dreams and recollections more vivid than reality itself. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those most in need, proffering sanctuary and enigma in equal measure to weary travelers seeking both. A lingering sensitivity to the whispers of trees and the certainty that beneath the entwined branches, the shelter continues its ageless vigil, awaiting the next wanderer in search of its peculiar enchantment, are the sole tangible remnants of my encounter. Story 3. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees as I strolled along the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian abode. The weathered wooden steps groaned softly under my weight, a nostalgic symphony evoking memories of countless childhood visits. The porch lanterns, typically aglow with a warm golden hue, stood eerily dark that evening, their glass surfaces reflecting only the ethereal moonlight. Inheriting the house 3 months prior, following my grandmother's serene departure in her slumber, I had adopted the nightly ritual of kindling the 12 antique lanterns at sunset, just as she had faithfully done for decades. This custom brought solace, a way to preserve her essence in this space brimming with cherished moments. Yet tonight held a peculiar air. The atmosphere bore an unusual calmness, saturated with the fragrance of rain-kissed soil and weathered wood. As I fumbled for my ring of keys, my fingers grazed the worn brass lighter tucked in my coat pocket, the very one my grandmother had wielded for years, its surface smoothed by a lifetime of use. The foyer enveloped me in its familiar embrace, redolent of delicate lavender and aged books, a scent my grandmother had meticulously curated through years of burning dried blooms and amassing leather-bound tomes. My footsteps whispered softly on the polished hardwood floors as I traversed the dwelling, igniting the vintage wall sconces that bathed the Victorian wallpaper in a soft amber radiance. Commencing my evening routine, I approached the lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter's soft click resonated as I ignited it, yet when the flame met the wick, it refused to catch. Perplexed, I made another attempt, only to be met with the same obstinate darkness. Progressing to the second lantern, I encountered a similar defiance. The wick seemed to repel the flame entirely. A cool breeze stirred the climbing ivy adorning the porch, casting dancing shadows upon the wooden planks. The moon ascended higher, its silvery beams filtering through the foliage, crafting intricate patterns that seemed to pulse and swirl with an enigmatic life of their own. As I circled the porch, each lantern remained shrouded in darkness. All 12 stood inert, their glass panes reflecting naught but my growing bewilderment. The brass lighter, hitherto unfailing, performed faultlessly when tested on a candle retrieved from within, the flame robust and unwavering. The grandfather clock's gentle tick wafted through an open window, a reminder of the relentless passage of time. Yet this evening appeared to exist beyond the confines of ordinary time, as if the shadows cast by the unlit lanterns had woven a pocket of stillness in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns resurfaced, shared during tranquil evenings spent together on the porch swing. She would recount narratives of these familial heirlooms, each handcrafted by my great-great-grandfather. One particular story lingered in my thoughts, a tale of the lanterns refusing to illuminate on significant nights. Settling into the porch swing, I allowed its familiar creaks to meld with the nocturnal symphony. The air grew crisper, carrying the sweet aroma of nearby honeysuckle. In the distance, an owl crooned softly, its song intertwining with the rustle of leaves. Observing the darkened lanterns, I discerned a peculiar sight. Barely visible in the moon's glow, gossamer threads of silver seemed to link each lantern to the next. These spectral filaments flickered in and out of visibility with each blink, akin to spider silk catching the light. The grandfather clock tolled midnight, its resonant chimes reverberating through the tranquil night. With each toll, the silver threads grew more defined. By the 12th peal, they had intertwined, forming a delicate web of luminescence connecting all 12 lanterns. Within this luminous circle, the air bore a weighty yet animate quality. The scent of lavender intensified, akin to my grandmother's perfume. The porch swing swayed gently, though devoid of any breeze, as if a spectral presence had settled beside me. Motionless, I observed as the silver threads pulsated softly, resembling a heartbeat. In their muted glow, phantom figures seemed to flit, shadowy forms that danced between the lanterns. Indistinct yet oddly familiar, they stirred a recognition I couldn't articulate. The longer I gazed, the clearer the revelation became. These were not mere lanterns. They were custodians of memory, guardians of ancestral lore. Their refusal to illuminate was not a malfunction, but an enigmatic beckoning. On select nights, when the veil between past and present grew thin, they chose obscurity to unveil a deeper truth. Time slipped away unnoticed as I sat there, enveloped in the nocturnal concerto and the subtle movements of the shadows. Gradually, the silver threads dimmed as the sky lightened, vanishing entirely with the first blush of dawn. Rising from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter radiated warmth in my pocket. Reattempting the first lantern, it ignited promptly, the flame steadfast and brilliant. One by one, I kindled each lantern, completing the morning ritual that mirrored the customary evening routine. In the burgeoning daylight, the lanterns glowed with their usual golden luminescence. Yet something had shifted. The light now bore memories, not solely of my grandmother, but of all who had tended these lanterns before her. Their stories lingered here, inscribed in shadow and light, awaiting nights when the lanterns elected darkness to unveil deeper truths. I divulged that nocturnal encounter to none, but I vigilantly monitored the evenings when the lanterns refused to ignite. Occasionally, it coincided with a family member's passing anniversary, while other times it occurred on evenings of unforeseen significance that would only unveil their import later. The circle of extinguished lanterns became my legacy-bound secret, a reminder that certain lights must extinguish to illuminate more subtle truths. And on tranquil evenings, as I recline on the porch swing, captivated by the lantern's golden radiance, I contemplate how darkness is not merely an absence of light. At times, it embodies a distinct presence, narrating stories decipherable solely in the dialect of shadows and silence. Story 4. The gentle murmur of the wind through autumn leaves whispered softly as I strolled along the forest path that evening. The air carried a blend of sweet, earthy scents, fallen leaves embracing decay, mushrooms emerging in hidden nooks, and the final fragrant exhales of summer flowers yielding to autumn's embrace. The fading sun cast elongated shadows among the trees, their branches outstretched like fragile fingers reaching towards me. Evening walks in the forest had always been my solace, a sanctuary from the confines of indoor spaces. Here, silence was not an absence of sound, but a symphony of whispers, a dance of unseen movements and distant whispers. Yet on this particular evening, an unfamiliar shift lingered in the air. The customary chorus of crickets seemed hushed, as if awaiting something in the deepening dusk. The initial call of an owl pierced the waning light, its familiar hoot echoing through the woods. But it was not the solitary call that intrigued me. It was the response that followed. Another owl's voice joined in, weaving a melody unknown to my ears. Soon more voices joined the nocturnal choir, 3, then 4, until a multitude of unseen singers blended their tones in an eerie harmony that defied logic. Their song filled the forest, emanating from all directions, enveloping me in a spectral symphony. A chill settled over the woods, accompanied by a delicate mist that rose like ethereal tendrils from the earth. Within the swirling fog, shadows danced among the trees, moving with a fluid grace that defied the fading light. Time lost its grip on me, slipping away unnoticed as I stood entranced by the owl's serenade. The mist thickened, revealing indistinct shapes that hovered between shadow and substance, their movements a silent ballet in response to the haunting melody. As twilight deepened, the mist-born forms seemed to take on a life of their own, their features elusive yet suggestive, wings that flickered, ancient eyes that gazed into the soul, and forms that defied categorization. I found myself swaying in time with their dance, my breath synchronized with the forest's enigmatic pulse. The cool mist enveloped me, a gentle embrace that stirred no fear within me, only a profound sense of tranquility, as if I had stumbled upon a timeless ritual, a sacred communion with the ancient spirits of the forest. The owl's song evolved, growing in complexity, weaving intricate patterns of sound that resonated with hidden meanings. The mist-clad figures drew closer, their movements a mesmerizing display of otherworldly grace. Amidst their ethereal dance, glimpses of distant realms flickered, moonlit clearings unknown to me, trees of an ancient lineage, and stars that pulsed with hues beyond earthly comprehension. I found myself guided by the owl's melody, my steps led by an unseen force, traversing a path that straddled the boundaries of reality. Familiar landmarks emerged in the twilight, the gnarled oak that marked Journey's End, the moss-covered boulder that resembled a slumbering beast, but they bore an otherworldly aura, infused with the magic of the night. The mist began to dissipate as I neared the forest's edge, and the spectral chorus gradually faded into silence. One by one, the owl voices receded, until only a single hoot remained, echoing in the stillness. And then, even that lone voice dissolved into the night, leaving behind a weighty silence pregnant with untold secrets. Stepping out of the woods, my watch abruptly resumed its ticking, indicating only an hour had passed since my entry into the forest. Yet, my experience transcended the confines of mere time. The mist-born dancers had vanished, leaving behind only the ordinary dusk shadows. In the days that followed, I resumed my evening walks, forever haunted by the memory of that mysterious symphony and its spectral audience. Occasionally, on silent nights, a faint echo of that unearthly harmony would reach my ears, or a fleeting movement would catch my peripheral vision. Yet the full chorus remained a distant dream, a memory more vivid than reality itself. The forest guards its secrets with a silent vigil, unveiling them in moments of twilight perfection when the veil between worlds grows thin. I continue to tread the forest paths as evening descends, pausing to listen when the owl's call pierces the gathering darkness. And sometimes, just sometimes, I sense the faint stirrings of a response, carrying with it the promise of another dance between shadow and light, choreographed by the solitary owl's haunting melody. Story 5. The soft murmur of autumn leaves pirouetting across the wooden porch accompanied my nightly tea ritual. Wisps of steam lazily spiraled from my cup, carrying the delicate fragrance of chamomile and honey. The aging house whispered its familiar creaks, a soothing backdrop as night deepened its embrace. It was then, in the tranquil moment, that the moon caught my gaze. Low and round in the velvet sky, its radiance held a mysterious allure. The silver glow pulsed gently, akin to a heartbeat echoing from afar. Intrigued, I found myself entranced by its rhythm, my breath harmonizing with its enigmatic cadence. A hush descended, unnaturally profound. The rustling leaves stilled, the crickets silenced. Amid this profound quiet, a faint sound emerged, ethereal, barely there yet undeniably present. It was a melody without notes, a tune without sound, resonating from the very heart of the moon. Forgotten, my tea grew cold as I sat captivated by this otherworldly phenomenon. Moonlight thickened, almost tangible, cascading like strands of silver silk descending from the heavens. They swayed in an unseen breeze, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient scripts, messages just beyond comprehension. Within the house, shadows stirred, not mere flickers cast by passing clouds. These shadows moved with purpose, a graceful choreography following the silent melody. They twisted and twirled across the walls, assuming shapes almost human, yet not quite, moving with a fluid elegance beyond mortal dancers' reach. Standing now, though how I rose from my chair eluded memory, I felt the wooden floor hum beneath me, a subtle vibration coursing through my being. The air chilled imperceptibly, raising goosebumps on my skin, yet fear found no foothold, only awe and tranquility. The moon's pulse continued, each wave shifting the world around me subtly. Colors deepened, textures flowed like water, and the very atmosphere shimmered with silver specks of light. Time blurred, minutes stretched into hours, hours condensed into fleeting moments. Somewhere within the house, a clock tolled midnight, its chime distorted, elongated, as though transmitted from beneath the waves. With each toll, the moon's silent melody grew more insistent, more compelling. The shadows on the walls quickened their dance, their movements intricate, forms sharpening. Faces seemed to materialize within their shifting shapes, expressions of joy and serenity reflecting my own inexplicable calm. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the perfume of night-blooming flowers foreign to my garden. It enveloped me, lifting hair and fabric in a tender embrace. The moonlight responded, weaving silver strands through the air in mesmerizing patterns eluding my gaze. Bathed in the ethereal light, a realization dawned, or perhaps a memory long forgotten resurfaced. The moon's silent melody whispered ancient truths of realms between moments, of realities brushing against our own like silk against skin. It spoke of nights when the veil between what is and what could be thins to a touchable gossamer. The shadows beckoned, inviting me to join their dance. My feet moved, following steps to a rhythm unknown yet familiar, etched in my soul. The moonlight draped around me, a shawl of luminescence, and for a fleeting, breath-catching moment, I felt weightless, as if I could step off the porch and tread upon the silver light itself. Slowly, reluctantly, the intensity waned. Shadows reverted to their still forms, the moonlight dimmed to its usual glow. The silent melody ebbed, leaving an echo reverberating in my bones. I found myself back in the chair, my tea forgotten and cold. The night resumed its usual symphony. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, the house crooned its familiar lullaby. Yet a fundamental change had transpired. irreversible and profound. The moon, forever altered in my eyes, left me uncertain if what I encountered was a dream or more. Now on quiet, moonlit nights, I sit on the porch, waiting. Occasionally, in stillness and patience, I catch a whisper of that silent melody, glimpse a shimmer of silver strands in the air. And the shadows, they remember the dance, though they no longer perform it. They reach out with a knowing grace, hinting that some mysteries are meant to dwell just beyond our grasp, in the exquisite realm between reality and reverie. Perhaps therein lies their rightful place, in the gentle twilight where the moon weaves its silent song and shadows sway to melodies only the heart comprehends. In that space, in that moment of wonder and possibility, a peace transcending words, a magic defying explanation is discovered. I continue savoring my evening tea on the porch, watching the moon ascend over the horizon. Sometimes, just sometimes, when the night holds its breath and my mind is still, I sense the faint pulse of silver light, a distant heartbeat beckoning me to a dance I may never wholly grasp, but will forever remember. Story 6. The soft patter of raindrops on my windshield created a calming melody as I journeyed through the autumn night. The worn wipers swayed back and forth in a mesmerizing rhythm, clearing the delicate beads of moisture that gathered. My headlights cut through the deepening darkness, their glow softened by the light drizzle that had accompanied me for the past hour. Though I had traversed this familiar road many times, tonight held an eerie allure. The well-known path home now carried a mystical essence as wisps of mist began to rise from the earth, intertwining with the ancient trees lining the narrow road. The fog crept forth slowly, resembling ghostly tendrils yearning for the darkening sky. Up ahead loomed the aged wooden bridge that marked the midpoint of my journey, barely visible through the thickening mist. It stood as a simple structure, weathered by countless seasons, its time-worn boards smoothed by the passage of time. Approaching, the mist seemed to gather thicker around it, as if drawn to its weathered frame. The sound of my tires changed as they met the wooden planks, producing a soft, hollow thud that reverberated through the tranquil evening. My headlights illuminated the swirling fog, creating mesmerizing patterns that danced and shifted before me. Through the passenger window, glimpses of the black, mirror-like surface of the creek below caught my eye, reflecting the fading light. Something compelled me to slow down halfway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to breath than wind. Or maybe it was the peculiar quality of the light, bending and refracting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The rhythmic drumming of my tires grew softer, slower, until I came to a halt in the center of the bridge, the engine idling. In the stillness I became aware of other sounds. The gentle murmur of water below, the soft tapping of rain on metal and wood, and something else, a presence just beyond perception. It could have been whispers, or the wind whispering through the old wooden railings. Yet, it carried faint echoes of words, too distinct to be mere chants, yet too elusive to decipher. Cracking the window slightly, a cool, damp breeze seeped into the car, carrying a complex scent, wet wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, reminiscent of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist curled through the crack like inquisitive tendrils, bearing with it that almost audible, nearly voiced message. In the rearview mirror, a wall of white fog loomed behind me, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch endlessly into the mist. The familiar length of the crossing, now shrouded in uncertainty. A shape materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It appeared as a figure standing at the bridge's edge, or perhaps a dense patch of fog caught in a current. Yet for a fleeting moment, a hand reached towards my car, its outline soft and blurred, like a watercolor left in the rain. The radio, softly playing music at a low volume, began to scan through channels on its own. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flickered, none lingering for more than a breath. The digital display cycled through numbers in a pattern that teased familiarity. Time blurred, mirroring the fog outside. I lost track of how long I lingered there, observing the mist twirl and listening to the whispered almost languages. Though my watch continued ticking, its face displayed times that defied logic. The dashboard's glowing numbers pulsed gently, marking seconds that stretched and contracted. A gentle tap on my driver's side window jolted me from reverie. The sound, akin to raindrops, yet purposeful. Turning towards it, the mist pressing against the glass seemed to form a visage, or perchance a play of light on water droplets. It dissipated as I tried to focus, leaving me uncertain of what I had glimpsed. The whispering briefly sharpened, nearly forming coherent words, resembling conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet enigmatic. An intangible quality suggested meaning just beyond reach, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Slowly I resumed driving. The bridge's wooden planks resumed their soft song beneath my tires. Upon reaching the other side, the fog began to dissipate, releasing its grasp on my car. In the rearview mirror, I watched the bridge fade into the mist, which pulsed gently, akin to rhythmic breathing. The remainder of my journey home passed uneventfully, though the radio continued its erratic behavior, playing fragments of songs that teased recognition. Parking in the driveway, I noticed an anomaly on the passenger seat, a small, perfectly round puddle of water, source unknown. That night, as the rain persisted outside, thoughts of the bridge and its enigmatic fog lingered in my mind. In dreams, the whispered words returned, almost within grasp. Almost, yet not quite, perhaps for the best. Even now, when I traverse that bridge in the fog, a subtle tug beckons me to halt and listen to those almost languages once more. Sometimes I yield, sometimes I resist. But I've observed the puddle reappear on my passenger seat more often than not, a silent reminder that some mysteries prefer to dwell in shadows, lingering like mist over dark waters. Story 7. In the hush of autumn rain, a gentle symphony played out in the forest. The patter of drops against leaves whispering secrets as they journeyed earthward. Each descent through the canopy of golden and crimson foliage added to the melodic tale being woven by nature's hand. Along an old hiking trail, my boots created soft squishing sounds on the damp earth, the scent of decomposing leaves filling my lungs with each breath, grounding me in the moment. Light filtered through the trees, casting everything in hues of amber and gray, transforming the familiar woods into an enchanted realm. What began as a simple stroll to clear my mind took on a mysterious allure, drawing me deeper into the heart of the forest than ever before. The usual markers of my path faded into obscurity, replaced by ancient sentinels whose branches intertwined like old companions sharing ancient wisdom. The ambient sounds of the forest gave way to a gradual emergence of moving water, a subtle undertone beneath the rainfall and rustling leaves, beckoning me forward with an irresistible pull. The path descended, winding amidst moss-covered boulders arranged as if by some long-forgotten hand, the air growing cooler, carrying a scent of minerals and time itself. Through breaks in the trees, glimpses of mist rising from a narrow river valley below teased my senses. The song of the water grew stronger, a deep and resonant hum that stirred something primal within me. Turning a bend in the path, a breathtaking sight unfurled before me. A river, clear yet dark, flowed with a languid grace, defying nature's logic with its slow, deliberate movement. Mist danced atop its surface, ephemeral shapes forming and dissolving in a mesmerizing dance. The river appeared to materialize from nowhere, disappearing just as mysteriously upstream and downstream, a hidden wonder preserved by the ancient forest. Without conscious intent, I descended the steep bank towards the river's edge, the moss-covered rocks muffling all sound, enveloping me in a cocoon of silence broken only by the river's deep, steady rhythm. A peculiar sight caught my eye, an opening in the rock wall from which the river emerged, partially concealed by a veil of mist and water. The cave mouth beckoned, its breath a gentle caress against my skin, evoking a sense of ancient mystery and profound significance. As I knelt by the water's edge, its temperature neither warm nor cold, but a paradoxical blend of both. A faint sound emanated from the cave, reminiscent of distant ethereal music. Dusk settled around me, accompanied by the appearance of small lights, not fireflies nor bioluminescent creatures, but something altogether otherworldly, shimmering orbs of silver-blue light that moved with purpose and intelligence. Time lost its grasp in this enchanted place, evening drawing near yet eluding my perception, while the lights wove intricate patterns of luminescence, a language of the unseen world. They beckoned, inviting me to follow as they danced in and out of the cave's entrance, their movements imbued with a silent storytelling that resonated deep within me. Balancing on the cusp between reality and mystery, a choice presented itself, a pivotal moment pregnant with possibility. The lights' dance grew urgent, their silent voices weaving tales of the unknown, drawing me closer to the luminous stepping stones that appeared on the river's surface. With each step, the world shifted, the cave's breath guiding me towards a revelation long yearned for, yet unknown until this juncture. The lights' melodies became clearer, their stories intertwined like roots of ancient trees, offering glimpses of truths untold. The decision to cross into the cave's embrace held no fear, only a profound recognition of a destiny long awaited, a path carved by the whispers of the forest itself. As daylight waned above, I stood at the threshold between realms, the light's choreography guiding my next move, their ethereal music a siren call to the mysteries that lay beyond. Whether I stepped onto the glowing stones or retraced my steps to the known world, the essence of that place lingered, altering my perception of what was possible, blurring the lines between reality and enchantment. The story concealed within the cave's depths remained a secret, a tale woven by the dance of lights and the murmurs of the underground river. Yet on quiet nights, when rain falls gently and the world holds its breath, echoes of that unearthly melody stir, pulling me back to the threshold where magic flows like water through the hidden recesses of existence. Story 8. The breeze whispered through the rustling autumn leaves, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of rain-kissed soil and aging blossoms. Enveloped in my grandmother's worn rocking chair, cocooned in a cozy woolen throw, I gazed out at the mist drifting lazily across my backyard. The familiar shapes morphed into enigmatic silhouettes under the veil of twilight. The rhythmic creaking of the chair on the wooden porch boards synchronized with my breath, lulling me into a tranquil state. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that bordered my land. A barrier of gnarled branches loomed high above, its dense foliage concealing what lay beyond. Grandmother had always spoken of the hedge as ancient as time itself, safeguarding something precious. In my youth, I accepted her tales as whimsical fancies, akin to stories of moonlit fairies and whispering shadows. A delicate scent of roses permeated the misty air, puzzling me since my garden bore no such blooms. As darkness cloaked the landscape, the fragrance intensified, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals within grandmother's jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I savored the soft, rhythmic drip of water from the leaves, each drop creating gentle ripples in the forming puddles below. A soft glow captured my attention, emanating from beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh glare of a neighbor's security light or the cold blue of modern LEDs, this light was warm and golden, resembling honey basking in sunlight. It pulsed softly, as if breathing, dancing among the thorny branches. The sight held me spellbound, prompting me to rise, the blanket slipping unnoticed to the porch floor. Barefoot, I tread across the damp grass, each step sinking slightly into the yielding earth. With each stride toward the hedge, intricate details emerged from the shadows. Water droplets adorned the thorns like glistening crystals, capturing and reflecting the mysterious golden light. The elusive midnight blue roses, nestled among the thorns, now visible, their petals an impossible hue. Standing before the hedge, I noticed a sight previously unseen. A slender gap between the branches, just wide enough for passage. The thorns seemed to part, forming a natural archway. Through this opening, the golden light spilled, casting elongated shadows over the ground. Peering through the gap, I glimpsed what appeared to be another garden. Unlike my orderly backyard with its practical plantings, this space defied nature's norms. Flowers that should have withered bloomed vibrantly in the autumn air. Vines with leaves resembling stained glass coiled around ancient stone pillars, alien to the suburban setting. New scents wafted through the gap, night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and something ancient and mysterious, akin to forgotten tales or ancient memories' dust. My heart beat steadily, not with fear, but with a profound sense of wonder, harking back to the days of youthful belief in grandmother's stories. Reaching out to touch a midnight blue rose, I expected the cool dampness of mist-kissed petals. Instead, warmth greeted my fingertips, as if the flower had basked in summer's embrace. Upon contact, a soft melody drifted through the hedge's gap, not quite music, more a hint of a song, akin to grasping a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed anew, stronger, revealing shadows stirring in the distant garden. Not menacing forms, but gentle movements reminiscent of dancers swaying to distant music. Each shadow left trails of soft light, akin to fireflies tracing patterns in the dark. I swayed slightly, my body responding to the ethereal melody. The thorny archway widened imperceptibly, a silent invitation to step through. Rationality whispered that this was impossible. Hedges did not part like stage curtains, and gardens did not glow with enigmatic light. Yet, grandmother's words echoed in my mind, hinting that beauty often hides behind the guise of impossibility. Water dripped rhythmically from the leaves above, each droplet harmonizing with the phantom melody from beyond. Time seemed to stretch, thick and honey-sweet. The mist encircled my feet, guiding me forward like tender hands. A warm breeze carried the rose scent through the gap, intensified with notes of vanilla and cedar. The dancing shadows in the garden beyond continued their silent waltz, familiar shapes almost discernible. Grandmother's flowing dress, the tilt of her head as she recounted tales, the gentle wave of her hand unveiling magic in the mundane. The golden light pulsed once more, causing the entire hedge to shimmer momentarily like dew-kissed morning light. The gap remained, patient, neither urging nor dissuading my next move. The mystery of the unknown lingered, suspended like mist around my feet. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in crossing the threshold, but in acknowledging the existence of such boundaries, where the ordinary converges with the ancient and strange, where childhood fantasies blend with reality like watercolors mingling on wet paper. A smile graced my lips, comprehension dawning on me. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed but not fully explored, their secrets preserved like pressed flowers within the pages of memory. The hedge would retain its mysteries as it had for generations, yet now I recognize their presence, concealed behind the thorns, dancing in golden light to the cadence of falling rain. Story 9. The gentle patter of rain on aged stones serenaded me as I stood by the ancient well in my grandmother's garden. The brick structure, weathered by time, exuded an air of mystery, its depths shrouded in shadow despite the warm lantern in my hand. The evening breeze carried the earthy aroma of wet soil and climbing roses, their fragrance heightened by the summer shower. It had been only a week since I inherited this old house, following my grandmother's peaceful passing in her sleep. The property now felt different, not empty, but imbued with a new kind of presence. The rain cascaded in a rhythmic dance, forming delicate rivulets that meandered down the well's weathered stones. Though the well had always been sealed with a heavy wooden lid, tonight something beckoned me towards it. Perhaps it was the peculiar way the raindrops reverberated as they descended into its depths, or maybe it was the ethereal silver light that appeared to seep through the wooden slats. Drawn by an unseen force, I approached, the sweet scent of roses giving way to a more ancient fragrance, the mineral essence of subterranean water and ancient rock. My fingers traced the rough grain of the wood, each groove and imperfection telling tales of bygone eras. The cover felt cool and slightly damp beneath my touch. A gentle breeze rustled the climbing roses, casting intricate shadows in the lantern's glow. With a soft pressure, I lifted the ancient lid. It yielded more easily than I anticipated, as if yielding to my touch. The well yawned open to the night sky, and I held my lantern over its edge. The light caught droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into twinkling stars that pulsed with an inner radiance. That's when I heard it, a faint sound, almost imagined. A whispered melody wafted up from the darkness, like a lullaby hummed from a distant realm. The voice defied gender and age, embodying all facets at once. It spoke of ancient wisdom, of secrets entwined in stone and water, of memories ensconced in the cool abyss below. I found myself seated beside the well, enraptured by the enchanting song. The rain continued its gentle percussion on the garden stones, providing a soothing backdrop to the mystical melody. Time seemed to lose its grip in this place, flowing like honey, sweet and unhurried. My grandmother had regaled me with tales of this well, stories passed down through generations, yet she had never alluded to the singing. As I focused on the melody, I discerned words interwoven within, constantly shifting and eluding comprehension. They evoked memories of my grandmother's lullabies, yet bore an otherworldly quality that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. The voice enveloped me like a cozy embrace, despite its enigmatic nature. The rain eased into a gentle mist, filling the air with tranquility. In the hush, the well's song grew clearer, delving into the realm of verdant growth and darkness, subterranean rivers untouched by sunlight, and crystals blooming like subterranean blossoms. The language was foreign to me, yet its essence resonated, akin to understanding the message of music without translation. The flame of my lantern flickered, casting dancing shadows on the well's walls. Within those shadows, elusive shapes seemed to materialize, figures moving with fluid grace, akin to submerged dancers. They flickered in and out of sight, synchronized with the enigmatic song's rhythm. Time became a vague concept, irrelevant in the presence of this ancient well with its enigmatic secrets and melodic whispers. The voice persisted, sometimes appearing to emanate from the depths below, other times seeming to resonate from the very stones. A cool breeze stirred the garden, carrying the fragrance of damp leaves and night-blooming blooms. The climbing roses swayed gently, their motion weaving shifting patterns in the lantern's glow. The well's song harmonized with this natural symphony, adapting and flowing like water around stones. Lost in the hypnotic interplay of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother flooded my mind. I pictured her tending to the gardens, her gentle hands pruning the roses. Often she would pause by this very well, her expression serene as she peered into its depths. Had she too heard these voices? Had she sat here on rainy nights, captivated by their ancient melodies? The realization brought a comforting warmth, bridging our experiences across time. As the night deepened, the voice began to fade, each note diminishing gently. It felt not like an end, but a tender retreat, akin to a parent quietly leaving a child's room after soothing them to sleep. The final strains lingered in the air, mingling with the rain-washed scent of roses. I lingered by the well, watching as mist enveloped my lantern's glow, creating halos of light. The stones glistened with moisture, and droplets continued to fall from the rose petals, each resembling a fallen star. Though the well's song had waned, its echo lingered in my mind, a melody just beyond the grasp of memory. Stepping away to return to the house, I felt transformed, serene. more intertwined with this abode that now sheltered me. I chose not to replace the well's cover. An intuition nudged me to let it breathe, to exchange its ancient songs with the night air. Thus, I left it open to the stars, sensing that its mysteries awaited me on future rainy evenings. Indoors, the gentle patter of rain persisted, now carrying fragments of that ethereal melody. As I readied myself for slumber, I realized I had unearthed a wisdom my grandmother had long understood. That profound mysteries often unfold without explanation, to be embraced like music in the darkness, like whispers from deep wells, like memories surfacing in the quiet of night. That night, dreams whisked me away to subterranean rivers and crystal gardens, to roses blooming in obscurity, and to melodies with no origin or conclusion. Upon awakening, sunlight streamed through my window, illuminating the silent well in the garden. Yet now I held its secret close, that on certain nights, when rain falls just so and roses perfume the air, ancient voices still serenade their timeless tunes to any soul patient enough to listen. Story 10. The gentle patter of autumn rain against my window created a soothing rhythm, like a natural lullaby drifting through the evening air. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in the warmth of a woolen blanket, I observed as darkness slowly enveloped the aging garden outside. The raindrops captured the fading daylight, turning into shimmering silver streams as they cascaded down the window panes. Amidst this tranquil scene, a hint of mystery unfolded before me. A soft green light caught my eye, initially just a faint glow amidst the ancient oak trees at the garden's edge, barely visible through the curtain of rain. Swaying gently, akin to an old lantern carried by an unseen hand, the light beckoned with its peculiar hue, not the harsh artificial green of modern technology, but a gentle, almost phosphorescent shade reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to this enigmatic luminescence, my gaze fixated on its hypnotic sway amidst the trees. The rain continued its melodic symphony, now accompanied by the occasional whisper of wind rustling through the leaves. Memories of my grandmother's tales about the garden's ancient spirits resurfaced, her soft, melodic voice recounting stories of mystical beings dwelling among the time-worn trees. As a child, I had dismissed these stories as mere bedtime fables crafted to ignite imagination. Yet as I observed that ethereal green glow, a familiar sense of wonder stirred within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool glass, tracing raindrop trails with my finger. To my surprise, the green light seemed to respond, growing brighter as if acknowledging my presence. It began to trace intricate patterns among the trees, leaving behind a delicate trail of luminescence that lingered like a fading dream. The deep chimes of the grandfather clock in the hallway marked 9 o'clock, resonating through the hushed house. Each toll reverberated through the air, synchronizing with the pulsing of the green light. Breath misted the window as I watched, captivated by this inexplicable dance of light and sound. Fueled by a blend of curiosity and familiarity, I reached for my raincoat, its scent redolent of old books and hearth fire. The green light, now motionless, seemed to await my next move. The rain had softened to a gentle mist, carrying the earthy fragrance of wet soil and autumn leaves on the evening breeze. Each step along the garden path felt different that night, the ancient stones squelching softly underfoot, accompanied by the gentle percussion of water droplets falling from overhanging branches. The closer I drew to the light, the more the atmosphere shifted, thickening around me with an electrifying charge that prickled the hairs on my arms. Approaching the source of the green glow, I discerned it was not a lantern, but a spherical light hovering at chest height. Its edges blurred like a watercolor painting in the rain, casting eerie shadows that transformed familiar shapes into enigmatic forms. A subtle warmth radiated from the sphere, organic and comforting, akin to the sun-warmed earth in spring. As I stood before it, raindrops fell leisurely around the light, each capturing a speck of the green glow, creating a constellation of emerald stars suspended in the air. The sphere resumed its movement, leading me deeper into the garden, my footsteps muffled by layers of fallen leaves. The path we traversed appeared unfamiliar, winding through trees that, though known to me, seemed altered in the ethereal light. The air filled with the heady scent of night-blooming flowers previously unnoticed, their fragrance exotic yet sweet. Time lost its grip as I walked, guided solely by the rainfall's rhythm and my quiet breath. The sphere paused intermittently, ensuring my continued presence before forging ahead on its cryptic journey. In moments of stillness, I caught whispers of what might have been music, a faint echo, a hint of a melody, akin to a childhood song remembered. Our path led to a clearing unknown to me, despite my presumed familiarity with every corner of the garden. At its center stood an ancient stone well, adorned with moss and delicate ferns, the green light hovering above it, casting its luminescence into the depths below. Intricate symbols etched into the well's rim appeared to shift and dance when focused upon directly. As the light descended into the well, these symbols emitted a faint glow of their own, weaving a complex tapestry of light and shadow. A palpable energy hummed in the air, ancient and wise, as if something long awaited stirred in the depths. Bending over the well's edge, I watched as the green light descended further, revealing glimpses of other lights in blues, purples, and golds, all moving in mysterious harmony. Water sounds took on a melodic quality, resonating from depths that defied logic. Stepping back, I found the rain had ceased, the night air eerily calm, the garden holding its breath in anticipation. Though the green light had vanished, the symbols on the well continued to pulse softly, aligning with the rhythm of my heartbeat. Retracing my steps to the house, guided by a memory that felt both recent and ancient, I sensed a shift in the garden's essence. Trees seemed to nod in silent acknowledgement as I passed, their whispers hinting at secrets just beyond reach. Glancing back at the window where the well should have been, I saw only familiar shadows and trees. Yet, on quiet rainy nights, I still sit by the window, observing the garden. Occasionally under perfect conditions, with rain falling just so, and the earthy scent of mystery carried on the wind, I glimpse that gentle green glow among the trees. It beckons, promising revelations, but I've come to understand that some mysteries are meant to be partially unveiled, residing in the delicate space between knowledge and wonder. The well has never reappeared, at least not in its original spot. Yet, on certain nights, echoes of water and music rise from deep within the garden, accompanied by the soft pulse of green light on the edge of perception. Through these experiences, I've learned that the most profound mysteries need not be solved but embraced, allowing them to transform us gently in their own mysterious way. Story 11. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows wove a tranquil melody that whispered through the empty chapel. Nestled in the back pew, my fingertips traced the weathered wooden surface, each groove and imperfection a story etched by time itself. The air held a familiar blend of old books, melted beeswax, and the subtle mustiness that lingers in abandoned sacred spaces. Unexpectedly finding refuge from an autumn storm, the heavy wooden doors swung open with a creak, as though anticipating my presence. Grateful for this unplanned solitude, I listened to the rain's gentle song outside. The chapel, cloaked in shadows and murmurs, stretched out before me with rows of vacant pews, their dark wood faintly gleaming in the dim, filtered light. The vaulted ceiling soared into darkness above, its intricate woodwork fading into the encroaching dusk. At the front, almost obscured, the altar stood, a simple stone structure seeming to cradle centuries of whispered prayers within its weathered facade. Adjusting to the dimness, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A soft, warm light flickered behind the altar, where only shadows should dwell. The light, steady yet pulsing with an unusual rhythm, captivated my gaze, its gentle dance hypnotic. As the rain continued its serene symphony against the windows, I debated whether to explore the source of this enigmatic light. While logic suggested a forgotten candle left alight, perhaps by a caretaker unseen, the quality of this glow felt unlike any flame I had encountered. Rising from my seat, I treaded forward with barely a sound on the ancient stone floor. The air grew cooler as I neared the altar, the mysterious light casting shifting shadows that seemed to move on their own. A new scent permeated the air, a blend of familiar mustiness and something fresh and clean, reminiscent of dew-kissed grass at dawn. Turning the corner of the altar, I discovered not a candle but an unnoticed alcove. The light emanated from within, its origin shrouded in mystery. Adorning the walls of the alcove were faded frescoes, their colors muted by time, yet reflecting the radiant glow in a way that made the figures appear alive, in motion. Drawing closer, I discerned the paintings depicting a procession of robed figures, each bearing an object aglow with the same warm light that now bathed the alcove. The images seemed to shift and evolve, as if the procession traversed the very walls around me. The sound of rain dulled, or perhaps my awareness of it waned. The atmosphere hummed with a gentle energy, akin to the stillness before a summer storm, devoid of menace. The mysterious light pulsed, and faint whispers, incomprehensible yet soothing, brushed against my senses. Tentatively, I reached out, the air beneath my fingertips warm and almost tangible, as if sunlight had taken form. Faces flickered within the glow, serene and welcoming, before melting back into the soft radiance. Time lost its hold as I stood there, feeling the light respond to my presence. Occasional movements caught my peripheral vision, a hint of robed figures among the pews, the flutter of ephemeral candle flames dancing in the shadows. Yet upon direct inspection, the chapel remained still, cradled in tranquil solitude. A distant rumble of thunder pulled me back from the reverie. The storm retreated, its voice now a gentle murmur rather than a demand. Realizing the passage of time had slipped from my grasp, I reluctantly withdrew from the alcove. Something had shifted, the once animated frescoes now mere faded paintings, while the light persisted, pulsing with a rhythmic beat, akin to a heartbeat or a breath. Each step back through the chapel felt like traversing a dream, the reality blurred. Pausing at the heavy doors, I cast a parting glance. The warm glow behind the altar persisted, beckoning. With one final pulse, I sensed, more than heard, a soft sigh ripple through the hallowed space. Beyond the chapel, the rain had softened to a mist, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and autumnal leaves. As I departed, thoughts lingered on the mysterious light. Had it always dwelled there, awaiting discovery by those in need of its tranquility? Or did it reveal itself only to select souls at specific times? Return visits to the chapel yielded varied outcomes. Sometimes the light pulsed, other times silence reigned. Yet each encounter left a residue of peace, a reminder that some mysteries need not be unraveled but embraced. In quiet moments, rain tapping against my window, I recall that distant light pulsing like a far-off star. It serves as a reminder that certain enigmas are best left unexplored, their beauty in the experience rather than the comprehension. Story 12. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes created a soothing rhythm as I lingered in my grandmother's old study, enveloped in the familiar scent of aged leather-bound books and cedar wood. The autumn evening had descended early, cloaking the house in a soft veil of darkness, pierced only by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Cradled in my hands was her weathered leather-bound journal, its pages tinged with the passage of time, holding within them a tale of mystery that would forever alter my perception of the night and the twinkling starlight above. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving behind this lakeside abode and all its enigmatic whispers. Among her belongings, this journal stood out, its pages adorned with her graceful script, divulging something extraordinary about the vast expanse of water that stretched beyond the estate. I had always been intrigued by how the lake seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, even on the brightest of nights. The rain persisted in its delicate serenade as I delved into her narrative, penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories in its depths, but not in the way one might assume. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, akin to fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed their descent, one by one, their luminance waning as they sink into the obsidian waters. A soft creak from the floorboards diverted my gaze from the pages. In the familiar silence of the house, each subtle sound carried significance. The ancient grandfather clock in the hallway told the hour with its sonorous chimes. 9 resounding bells, each echoing through the vacant chambers, each drawing me further into the ambience of my grandmother's musings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The initial time I beheld a star plummet into the lake, I doubted my eyes. It appeared as a rift in the fabric of the night sky, a gentle descent rather than the swift streak of a typical shooting star. It brushed the water's surface with scarcely a ripple, then descended leisurely, its radiance diminishing until it vanished entirely. Outside, the rain began to taper, transitioning from a steady drumming to a hushed murmur. Through the bay window of the study, I glimpsed the lake's expanse, a sprawling sheet of ebony glass stretching into the distance. The veiling clouds above began to disperse, unveiling patches of the night sky, yet no stars mirrored on the lake's still surface. It remained a profound void, absorbing whatever scant light reached it. My grandmother's writings grew more intricate. I've commenced tracking them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, although it took me years to discern. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the boundary between our realm and whatever lies beyond appears thinnest. The lake not only gathers them, it somehow preserves them in its lightless depths. A cool breeze whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. I drew my sweater closer around me, sensing that the drop in temperature was not entirely natural. The journal continued. As they sink, a sound emanates, not a splash, but a melodic note, akin to a wet finger on a wine glass. Each star possesses its unique tone, its own melody. Sometimes on profoundly still nights, I discern their harmonious chorus from beneath the surface. The clouds had dissipated entirely now, revealing a sky sprinkled with stars. Yet as I peered over the lake, its surface remained an impenetrable black. Drawing nearer to the window, I discerned something peculiar. The stars above the lake flickered in a manner different from those above the encompassing forest. They pulsed with an unusual, almost hypnotic rhythm. My grandmother's subsequent entry took my breath away. I've begun comprehending why the stars gravitate towards this lake. It isn't happenstance. They are summoned here, beckoned by something in the depths. The lake isn't just a collector. It's a custodian of celestial enigmas, a sentinel of dimmed light. The true inquiry is, what transpires to their radiance once it's absorbed? Rising from my reading chair, I sauntered to the French doors leading to the back porch. The wooden planks murmured softly beneath my feet as I ventured outside, impelled by an inexplicable urge to draw nearer to the lake. The air possessed a chill and dampness from the recent rainfall, carrying the earthy fragrance of moist soil and pine needles. In the distance, an owl emitted a soft call, its voice reverberating across the water. The journal's pages rustled in my grasp as a gentle breeze stirred. My grandmother's prose had grown more urgent in the subsequent entries. I've begun discerning shapes beneath the surface, not mere reflections, but something distinct. They glide akin to schools of fish, yet they emit a faint star-like glow. Whatever the lake is orchestrating with the light it ensnares, it's engendering something novel, something exquisite and peculiar. In response to these words, I perceived a subtle shift in the lake's surface. The darkness seemed to undulate, revealing hints of deep blue and violet, resembling oil atop water. And then I beheld it, a star descending so languidly it appeared to hover, descending from the heavens towards the lake's mirrored expanse. It descended with deliberate grace, as if guided rather than falling. The star grazed the water with the gentlest of ripples, and I heard it, the crystalline note my grandmother had delineated, pure and poignant. The sound resonated with something profound within my being, evoking recollections I hadn't realized I harbored. As the star's radiance dimmed beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights gazing upon this lake. More stars commenced their descent, each selecting their moment, each contributing their voice to an ethereal symphony discernible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's surface teemed with subtle undulations, interplays of light and shadow that seemed to pirouette beneath the surface. It was a spectacle both beautiful and melancholic, akin to observing the final embers of a fire gradually wane. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered phrases that seemed to encapsulate this instant flawlessly. The lake doesn't extinguish the starlight, it metamorphoses it. Each fallen star becomes a fragment of something grander, a compendium of celestial recollections that the lake harbors. At times I fancy I can perceive them murmuring their sagas, chronicles of cosmic odysseys and age-old light now preserved in these murky waters. There, on the porch, beholding the unhurried waltz of descending stars, I finally comprehended why my grandmother had elected to reside beside this lake. It wasn't merely a body of water, it was a repository of light, a guardian of stellar mysteries, a realm where the demarcation between earth and sky blurred and became ambiguous. The night deepened, and more stars continued their gentle descent into the lake's embrace. Each one left behind a trace of its voyage in the guise of that crystalline sound, creating a nocturnal symphony that seemed to bridge the chasm between the mundane and the miraculous. As I stood there, witness to this extraordinary spectacle, a profound tranquility settled within me. My grandmother's closing words in the journal now resonated with perfect clarity. The lake of faded stars isn't a conclusion, it's a genesis. Every light it gathers becomes a fragment of an eternal ballet, a testament to the ceaseless cycle of metamorphosis. To behold it is to realize that naught truly ceases. It merely evolves, discovering novel ways to gleam in the shadows. The rain recommenced, a gentle drapery of water uniting sky and lake in a glistening shroud. I remained on the porch, clutching my grandmother's journal close, observing as more stars embarked on their deliberate descent into the waiting waters. Each one carried its unique tale, its individual luminescence, joining myriad others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night deepened and the celestial ballet persisted, I recognized that I had inherited more than a mere lakeside residence. I had assumed the mantle of the subsequent custodian of this celestial enigma, the subsequent witness to this unceasing cycle of falling stars and transfigured light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this unspoken accord, while overhead, the night sky continued its eternal performance, stars gleaming, descending, and being reborn in the obscure waters below. Story 13. The soft rustling of dry leaves tapping against my window beckoned me away from my book one autumn evening. Their murmured whispers carried a strangely harmonious tune, distinct from the usual chaotic rustle of wind-blown debris. I set my book aside and tuned in, letting the gentle scratching sounds envelop my senses. The aged house creaked contentedly as I nestled in my cherished armchair, a weathered leather heirloom passed down from my grandfather. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast a cozy amber glow in the encroaching darkness, casting elongated shadows across the polished hardwood floors. Beyond the window, the sun had slipped below the horizon, leaving behind a deep purple twilight that oozed through the window panes like watercolor seeping across a canvas. It was then that I discerned a pattern in the dance of the leaves. Their movements against the glass held a rhythm, almost like a coded message or the deliberate cadence of human speech. The sound swelled softly, crescendoed gently, then ebbed away, only to repeat moments later. It was oddly calming, akin to the soothing lull of waves against a distant shore. Intrigued, I abandoned my book entirely, compelled to approach the window by an inexplicable draw. The evening air carried the crisp aroma of autumn, decaying leaves, distant wood smoke, and a subtle sweetness that accompanied the season's first chill. As I drew near the window, the leaf song grew more defined. Closer now, I could discern them clearly, brown and golden leaves twirling and spinning in the dimming light, their edges catching the last glimmers of daylight. They moved with a deliberate grace, as if each dried leaf was a performer in a natural ballet. The longer I observed, the more convinced I became that this was no mere play of the evening breeze. My breath fogged the window pane as I leaned in closer. In the deepening dusk, shapes formed within the swirling leaves, not quite distinct enough to name, but undeniably more organized than mere chance. They almost coalesced into recognizable forms before dissolving back into chaos, akin to faces appearing and vanishing in clouds. A slight drop in room temperature sent a shiver down my spine, not solely from the cold. The leaf song had shifted subtly, adopting an almost mournful quality. It stirred a half-remembered memory from childhood, a forgotten lullaby perhaps, or a folk tune my grandmother used to hum while tending her garden. I found myself humming along, the melody's origin a mystery. It felt ancient, rooted in a time before words, before memory itself. In response, the leaves intensified their dance, weaving intricate, purposeful spirals that twirled clockwise, then counterclockwise, resembling a kaleidoscope fashioned from autumn hues. My hand gravitated to the window latch on its own accord. A part of me yearned to unlatch it, to invite the leaf song inside, to experience it without the barrier of glass between us. The metal felt cool beneath my touch as I hesitated, suddenly unsure. A rational voice urged me to step back, illuminate the room further, dispel whatever enchantment cloaked the evening. Yet the song was too enchanting, too alluring. It hinted at hidden realms within forgotten woods, ancient stones smoothed by time, enigmas slumbering beneath blankets of fallen leaves. It whispered answers to questions I had never conceived. My grip tightened on the latch. Beyond the glass, the leaves pressed nearer, their dance growing urgent. Night had fully descended, yet their details remained vivid, almost luminous considering the darkness. They glowed faintly, like fading embers stirred by a breath of wind. A sudden creak from the old house jolted me from my reverie. I blinked, realizing how long I had stood there, entranced by the darkness outside. The room had chilled, my forsaken book lying open and forgotten in the lamplight's pool. Reluctantly, I withdrew my hand from the window latch. The leaf song adopted a wistful tone, a sigh of disappointment. I retreated, observing as the intricate patterns dissolved, the leaves drifting away from the window to rejoin the natural disorder of the autumn night. However, even as I resumed my seat and picked up my book, the haunting melody lingered on the evening breeze. It intertwined with the usual house sounds, the ticking of the old hallway clock, the subtle creak of floorboards, the whisper of pages turning. Sometimes, on the brink of slumber, I fancied I deciphered words within that leafy chorus, ancient words in a language almost familiar. I refrained from opening the window that night, yet a part of me wonders what might have occurred had I done so. Would the leaves have simply wafted in, scattering across the floor? Or would something else have slipped in alongside them, a presence awaiting patiently since long before the house's foundation? Each evening, the autumn winds usher their leaves to dance against my window. Their song endures, as mesmerizing as ever, brimming with promise and enigma. Yet I keep my windows firmly sealed now, content to let certain mysteries linger undiscovered. Still, in the quietest hours of the night, I catch myself humming that peculiar melody, and the leaves outside rustle in acknowledgement, as though recognizing me in return. Story 14. The crisp autumn air enveloped my wooden cabin in a cloak of stillness, carrying the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves. The ancient forest loomed outside, unmoving and timeless. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch quivered. This peculiar quiet had lingered for 3 days now, defying the natural order of things. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a warm wool blanket, I listened to the crackling of the fireplace. The flames painted flickering shadows on the rugged walls, casting a warm glow that contrasted sharply with the dim twilight seeping through the windows. My cup of chamomile tea sat forgotten, grown cold, as my mind wandered into the disconcerting hush beyond my cabin walls. The forest had always been my refuge, a sanctuary from the clamor of the modern world. But this silence felt different, heavy, almost sentient. It echoed the tension before a storm, that charged moment when nature holds its breath. Yet this moment stretched on, defying explanation. My cat, Shadow, rested on the windowsill, her sleek black fur reflecting the fire's light. Her ears stayed alert, her golden gaze fixed on something unseen in the shadows. At times, she'd lift her head to track movements imperceptible to me, her tail twitching with unease. That night, as I readied for bed, a strange sight greeted me in the bathroom mirror. Behind me, where darkness should have loomed, a pale mist swirled with purpose. When I turned to face it directly, only the inky black of night met my eyes. Yet the impression lingered in my mind like a lingering afterimage. Sleep came fitfully, the silence pressing against my ears until my own heartbeat filled the void, steady against my pillow. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint rhythmic whisper brushed my consciousness like distant breathing. Morning arrived, the stillness unbroken. The forest stood frozen, as if painted on the horizon. Yet a subtle shift had occurred overnight. The fallen leaves around my cabin had rearranged themselves into elaborate patterns, almost intentional. Curved lines and spirals traced from the tree bases, resembling ripples on a pond. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched by the window, fixated on the leaf patterns with unwavering focus. As I ventured out for firewood, the air felt dense and resistant, as though moving through unseen syrup. The temperature remained unchanging, neither warm nor cold, unsettling my skin. Dusk approached, unveiling the first significant change in days. The mist glimpsed in the mirror materialized at the forest's edge, snaking between the trees like searching tendrils, pale and luminous in the waning light. Within its ethereal depths, shapes flickered into existence and dissipated, fleeting movements evading direct sight. The breathing sound intensified with the descent of darkness, a pervasive presence filling the spaces between heartbeats. Shadow huddled close, her fur bristling, as we watched the mist inch toward the cabin, carrying scents of earth, age, and something ancient and indefinable. That night, my dreams wove a tapestry of roots penetrating my floorboards, leaves whispering my name, and trees peering through windows with hidden eyes in their bark. The breathing transformed into a voice, uttering words in a language both familiar and incomprehensible. Upon waking, dew-dampened sheets greeted me, despite closed windows. The leaf patterns had evolved, intricate now, spiraling outward like a colossal fingerprint from my cabin. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, clinging to the ground in tendrils reaching for my steps. Shadow spent the day darting from window to window, tracking an invisible presence. On the 7th day of stillness, handprints adorned my windows, not on the glass but in the condensation, larger than human hands with too many fingers, trailing like vines. The breathing sound had become a constant backdrop, rising and falling like waves on a distant shore. That evening, as I sat by the fire, the shadows ceased mirroring the flames' dance. They swayed to a new rhythm, synchronized with the forest's breath. The leaf patterns from outside had infiltrated my cabin, manifesting in the dust on shelves, the wood grain of floors, the very fabric of blankets. In a sudden motion, Shadow dashed to the front door, pressing her ear against the wood. The breathing sound resonated within, syncing with my heartbeat, a connection to something vast and primordial. Through cracks, the mist seeped into my home, carrying scents of moss, mushrooms, and quiet decay. Fear should have gripped me, but it felt distant, inconsequential, as if the world beyond the forest held no relevance. Instead, a profound sense of recognition washed over me, as if finally acknowledging a long-observed presence, watching and waiting. The patterns surrounding me were a language, I realized, composed in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I pen these words now, the forest remains still, yet pulsating with life. The mist has become a constant companion, swirling at my feet as I move through my abode. Shadow no longer watches the windows, content in our altered reality. The breathing sound, once alien, now feels familiar, noticeable only in its rare absences. In the dead of night, I grasp at understanding the forest's message. The patterns shift and morph, forming cryptic words and images just beyond comprehension. The boundary between my human existence and the ancient awareness enveloping me blurs with each passing day. I question whether the forest has transformed, or if I've merely glimpsed its true nature. The stillness no longer oppresses, it anticipates, like a held breath before profound revelations. I hold my breath, waiting to hear the forest's next whisper. Leaves sway, mist weaves its tails, and in the silence between heartbeats, the forest breathes. And I breathe with it, becoming part of a mystery that thrives on unanswered questions, hanging in the air like morning mist, beckoning us to listen and wonder. Story 15. The gentle patter of autumn rain against weathered stone created a soothing melody, a natural lullaby as twilight descended. Standing before the ancient church, its spire reaching towards mist-shrouded clouds, I watched fallen leaves twirl around my feet in a slow, graceful dance. The air carried the earthy scent of wet soil and aged wood, intertwined with something ancient, something that spoke of forgotten prayers and silent tolling bells. This place, this sacred sanctuary, had found me unexpectedly. My evening stroll had taken an unfamiliar turn with the rain, leading me along a winding path to this timeless haven. The church's weathered exterior bore the gentle marks of countless seasons, its moss-covered stone walls glowing softly as evening deepened. The heavy wooden door opened easily at my touch, releasing a musical sigh from ancient hinges that reverberated through the empty nave. The rain's sound transformed into a distant lullaby, enhancing the profound silence within. Stained glass windows, their hues muted by twilight, cast pools of amber and violet light on worn stone floors. As I ventured further into the church, my footsteps whispered on centuries-old flagstones. The air held a peculiar clarity, a crystalline stillness as if time itself had been suspended in amber. Rows of wooden pews stretched ahead, their surfaces smoothed by generations of hands and prayers, bearing witness to centuries of devotion. The aroma of old wood and stone mingled with traces of long-extinguished candles. In the dimming light, intricate carvings adorned the walls and columns, faces and figures that seemed to shift and alter with each glance, their expressions shifting from peace to enigma. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in a brass holder, though no one else seemed present. Its flame cast dancing shadows that moved purposefully across ancient stones, drawing my gaze to a small wooden door nestled into the wall. Unassuming yet compelling, it beckoned with a gentle insistence. Opening the door revealed a spiral staircase ascending into darkness. Each step bore shallow indentations from countless feet that had come before mine. Climbing, the rain's rhythm grew stronger, a musical accompaniment to the cool night air scented with something sweet and ageless, elusive yet familiar. The staircase led to a chamber in the bell tower, bathed in moonlight, filtering through narrow windows. In a corner stood an old wooden desk, adorned with leather-bound books and aged papers. The books lay open to pages filled with fading handwritten text, the words just beyond legibility, no matter how closely I peered. Approaching the desk, the air filled with delicate chimes, not from the still bell above, but from an ethereal source. The sound enveloped me, bringing a profound peace. Time seemed to shift within the chamber, as I found myself seated in a weathered chair, observing shadows and moonlight waltz across the floor, phantom bells intertwined with the rain's melody, weaving a tapestry of ancient enigmas and forgotten reveries. Shadows flickered at the edge of vision, robes fluttering, whispers of presence lingering in the stillness. Papers rustled on the desk without a breath of wind, revealing fragments of sentences hinting at timeless truths and eternal prayers. My watch had stopped at midnight, though the darkness outside remained unchanged. Raindrops fell in intricate patterns, lingering in the air before dissolving. The chamber's tranquility pulsed with a quiet vitality, every shadow holding a secret, every silence brimming with untold stories. The boundary between reality and dreams blurred gently, inviting a deeper understanding. The air hummed with ancient wisdom, eager to share its mysteries with those who listened patiently. Moonlight cast fleeting inscriptions on stone walls, tales of past visitors woven into the very fabric of the church's essence. Lost in time's honeyed flow, I marveled at the play of light and shadow on ancient stones. When I descended the spiral staircase, the single candle still burned by the altar, its flame unwavering. Pre-dawn light filtered through the nave, as if the very stones recognized me from my vigil above. Stepping outside, I glanced back at the church, catching a glimpse of kind, ancient faces in the windows, smiling knowingly before vanishing like morning dew in sunlight. Though I've tried to return to that sacred place, the path always eludes me. Yet on quiet, rainy evenings, distant silver bells echo on the breeze, a reminder that the forgotten church endures in its own realm of time. Its mysteries linger, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by rain's gentle cadence and the ancient stone's whispered promises. Story 16. The gentle pitter-patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient house in a soothing, melodic embrace. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of the Victorian mansion, with its creaking floorboards and vintage wallpaper steeped in memories. Yet, now that I found myself alone within its walls, there was an undeniable shift in the atmosphere. The rain outside conjured a cozy ambiance as I wandered through the familiar corridors, my bare feet caressing the weathered hardwood floors with each quiet step. Ascending the staircase that evening, a cup of chamomile tea in hand, the warm amber light cast by my antique brass lamp painted dancing shadows on the walls. The house seemed alive, inhaling and exhaling with the rhythm of the weather, its wooden structure swelling and contracting in response to the humidity. Every step I took elicited a soft groan from the stairs, as if engaging in hushed conversations with old companions. Upon reaching the second floor, I paused, a peculiar scent capturing my senses, a blend of aged books, dried lavender, and an elusive undertone that lingered tantalizingly in the air. This fragrance, reminiscent of the charged prelude to a summer storm, beckoned me towards the guest bedroom at the end of the hallway, a room seldom ventured into even during my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to spill out, distinct from the warm glow of my lamp. Pushing the door open, the hinges emitted a soft, melodious sigh. The room appeared mostly unchanged, the faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy curtains, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet an undeniable shift was palpable in the air. Raising my gaze, I felt a gasp catch in my throat. The ceiling, once a plain eggshell white, now seemed to stretch infinitely upwards. Not a jarring or menacing sight, but rather an entrancing one. The familiar plaster texture gradually dissolved into layers of translucent mist, swirling in slow, hypnotic patterns. The silvery light emanating from this mysterious expanse cast soft shadows that moved akin to underwater flora swaying in a gentle current. Settling into the old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in my hands, I found myself captivated by the ever-unfolding spectacle above. With each passing moment, intricate details emerged within the infinite expanse. Sometimes, twinkling stars peeked through the mist, while at other times, ephemeral shapes materialized and dissipated, perhaps birds in flight or leaves carried by an unseen breeze. The rain outside continued its tranquil symphony, yet within this room, the sound seemed to transcend into new dimensions. Each droplet created ripples in the air, disturbing the mist in mesmerizing patterns. The fragrance of lavender intensified, mingling with hints of midnight dew and moonflowers. Time lost its grip on me as I sat there, minutes melding into hours as I beheld the gentle ballet of the ceiling above. Intermittently, distant wind chimes seemed to echo through the room, despite the absence of any such decoration outside the window. The sound ebbed and flowed, akin to a far-off radio transmission. I recalled my grandmother's words, her tales of houses harboring secrets, gathering memories and dreams like cherished mementos. Did she know of this room? Had she too spent evenings enraptured by the shifting ceiling's mysteries? As night deepened, the patterns above began to coalesce into what appeared to be writing, not in any recognizable language, but in elegant symbols imbued with a meaning just beyond my grasp. They materialized leisurely, lingered briefly, then dissolved back into the mist, only to be replaced by new formations. The room retained its tranquil aura, yet an undeniable sense of presence enveloped me, as though the space itself was subtly sentient. Not menacing or overbearing, but akin to the sensation one experiences in an ancient library filled with untold stories, or a garden that has blossomed for centuries in the same spot. I must have drifted into slumber at some point, lulled by the gentle rain and the mesmerizing ceiling above. When I awoke, sunlight bathed the room in a rosy glow, filtering through the burgundy curtains. Glancing upwards, the ceiling appeared normal once more, the familiar eggshell white plaster of my childhood memories. My tea sat cold on the side table, and the air carried only a faint whisper of lavender. Rising to my feet, a peculiar sense of rejuvenation washed over me, as though I had slept for an eternity rather than mere hours. As I prepared to depart the room, something caught my eye on the dresser, a solitary dried lavender sprig, delicately placed beside the mirror. Upon lifting it, a burst of fragrance enveloped me, mirroring the scent that had captivated me the night before. Sometimes on rainy nights, I still find myself drawn to that room. The infinite ceiling does not reveal itself on every occasion, instead choosing its moments with care, like a bashful companion who graces us only when the setting is just so. I have come to accept its enigmatic nature, appreciating the sense of wonder it imparts, reminding me that even the most familiar spaces hold boundless intrigue. Some nights, I sense a fleeting comprehension of the symbols within the mist. Other nights, I'm content to watch them weave their silent tales. Yet always, there lingers a profound tranquility in that room, as if the infinite ceiling is sharing a secret that can only be deciphered in the language of dreams and rainfall. My grandmother's words linger in my thoughts during these encounters, her musings on houses concealing mysteries resonating deeply. Perhaps she understood more than she ever disclosed. Perhaps this room, with its endless ceiling and its enigmatic presence, serves as the dwelling's means of imparting its treasury of memories and dreams to me, one rainy night at a time. I have kept the secret of the room with the infinite ceiling to myself. Some mysteries, I believe, are best experienced rather than explicated. Yet on tranquil nights, when the rain taps gently against the windows and the air carries the scent of lavender and potential, I am certain that above me, in that limitless expanse, the mist continues its eternal waltz, inscribing narratives in a language only dreams can decipher. Story 17. The gentle patter of rain against my window had been my constant companion for hours, its rhythm blending with the distant sound that had drawn me to this remote cabin in the first place. The mysterious singing waterfall. As I sat in my cozy armchair, enveloped in a soft wool blanket, the harmonious melody of the waterfall's song floated through the misty air outside. The locals had spoken of the waterfall's enchanting song, describing how it changed with the phases of the moon, whispering ancient secrets to those who listened closely. Initially, I had dismissed their tales as mere folklore, crafted to attract curious tourists like me. Yet, after 3 nights in the cabin, I began to sense the depth of their reverence. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the wooden walls, creating a soothing backdrop for my evening reflection. A fire crackled softly in the stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows across the rustic wooden floors. The scent of pine needles and damp earth wafted through the slightly ajar window, carrying the forest's crisp freshness inside. Tonight, there was a shift in the waterfall's song. The familiar melody took on a lyrical quality, as though it was attempting to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the watery whispers that lingered in the evening air. The nearly full moon peeked through breaks in the rain clouds, sending silver light into the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, the shadows danced in a mesmerizing display, pulsing in harmony with the waterfall's song, creating intricate patterns that eluded my comprehension. Beside me, my weathered leather journal lay open on the table, its pages filled with attempts to capture the essence of the waterfall's melody. Each night, the notes seemed to shift subtly, as if the song itself was evolving or revealing new facets. Tonight, however, the page remained blank as I was captivated by the current variation, unable to put my thoughts into writing. The room's temperature gradually dropped, the cold carrying a refreshing springtime chill rather than menace. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window like inquisitive tendrils seeking entry. Within its swirling embrace, vague shapes, faces, ancient symbols seemed to materialize momentarily. As midnight approached, signaled by the gentle chiming of my grandfather's antique pocket watch, the waterfall's song surged with newfound clarity. The melody wove itself into quasi-words just beyond my grasp, a language reminiscent of dreams fading upon waking. The mist outside took on a faint luminescence, casting a soft, pearl-like glow through the windows. Almost instinctively, I rose from my chair, leaving the blanket to fall noiselessly to the floor. Drawn by an irresistible urge to better perceive the waterfall's song, I crossed the humming floorboards toward the window. The wood beneath my feet vibrated in sync with the falling water as I peered out into the night. Through the misted glass, the path leading to the waterfall was faintly illuminated. Normally shrouded in darkness at this hour, it now glowed with a silvery light, resembling fireflies, but with a more ethereal hue. The rain had softened to a gentle drizzle, each drop capturing and refracting the mysterious light like miniature prisms. The very air seemed to hum with the resonance of the waterfall's song, enveloping me in a profound sense of tranquility and connection to something ancient and profound. Without conscious decision, I gathered my coat and boots, compelled by a polite invitation rather than an irresistible force. Stepping onto the porch, the song enveloped me completely. The mist caressed my skin like silk, guiding me along the luminescent path that wound into the forest, shimmering like a ribbon of starlight. Each step felt natural, as if I were rediscovering a forgotten route that had always been a part of me. The night forest, typically dark and enigmatic, now resembled an enchanted garden. The trees leaned gently away from the path, their branches swaying in perfect harmony with the waterfall's melody. Water droplets fell from their leaves like musical notes, adding to the symphony that enveloped me. Drawing nearer to the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating through my very being in a comforting, rather than unsettling, manner. The mist thickened, revealing fleeting scenes within its swirling patterns, memories not my own, glimpses of unfamiliar places. As the waterfall gradually unveiled itself through the glowing haze, the cascading water appeared to move in slow motion, each droplet holding the mysterious light like suspended diamonds. The pool at its base reflected not the night sky, but an alternate sky adorned with unfamiliar constellations of otherworldly stars. Standing at the water's edge, I watched the liquid curtain fall in a hypnotic, eternal rhythm. Though the words of the song remained just beyond comprehension, their essence resonated deeply within me, speaking of time, memory, cycles, and the eternal dance of loss and rediscovery. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, revealing ephemeral figures dancing within the water, not specters, but embodiments of music itself, shifting between water, light, and shadow with graceful fluidity. As time lost its meaning, I stood entranced by the dance of water and light, scarcely noticing the moon's journey across the sky. The rain had ceased, yet the air remained thick with mystery. With the first light of dawn, the waterfall's song softened into a gentle lullaby, the luminescent mist fading as the enigmatic lights along the path dimmed one by one. Guided by the last glimmers of light and echoes of the song, I retraced my steps to the cabin. Inside, my journal lay open to the blank page where I had intended to transcribe the melody. Instead, I found myself recording every detail of my ethereal journey, the emotions, sensations, and enigmatic whispers that had enveloped me. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the room, the fire's embers glowed dimly, and the cabin returned to its normal state. Everything appeared unchanged, yet somehow transformed by the night's revelations. Each night, I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never again reaches the clarity of that mystical evening. Occasionally, under the full moon and gentle rain, I glimpse traces of the mysterious luminescence, echoes of the enigmatic figures dancing in the water. The mist forms fleeting patterns that almost reveal their secrets, and the path sometimes glows faintly in the darkness. The true nature of that night's experience remains elusive, much like the meaning of the waterfall's song itself. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than understood, cherished for their very inexplicability. And so I remain in this secluded haven, listening to the water's song, capturing fleeting glimpses in my journal, and pondering the hidden secrets within the melody of falling water and the dance of light through mist. Story 18. The gentle rhythm of raindrops tapping against my bedroom window stirred me from a deep slumber, their soothing cadence enveloping the early morning darkness. Familiar as I was with finding solace in such sounds, on this particular night they carried a whisper of the unknown, beckoning me to listen closely. The soft patter seemed to weave cryptic messages just beyond my grasp, akin to overhearing a muffled conversation through thick walls. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from my bed and made my way to the window, drawn by a force I couldn't quite comprehend. Outside, a world veiled in a thick mist of fog awaited me, its eerie glow transforming ordinary shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. Amidst this ethereal haze, a faint blue light flickered in the distance, barely visible through the mist, but calling out to me with silent insistence. Wrapping myself in a cozy wool sweater, I ventured into the cool, damp air, the fog curling around my feet like gentle tendrils, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of salt water, a puzzling scent in a land miles away from any ocean. Nevertheless, the briny aroma lingered in the air, borne on a breeze that defied logic. As I followed the pulsing light, the ground beneath me shifted subtly. The solid earth gave way to soft, damp sand that seeped between my toes, though I couldn't recall having removed my shoes. The transformation of my surroundings unfolded gradually. the suburban streets fading away to reveal endless dunes stretching into the misty unknown. The blue glow intensified, its rhythmic pulses harmonizing with the phantom sound of unseen waves that had replaced the rain's gentle drumming. Each illumination from the light cast intricate patterns within the fog, resembling the fluidity of water. During these fleeting moments of clarity, I glimpsed a colossal form materializing in the distance, the ghostly outline of an ancient sailing ship, its skeletal masts reaching up into the darkness. Time seemed to bend in this surreal realm, flowing like thick honey from a spoon. Each step forward felt both immediate and eternal, the ship looming larger in my sight, yet maintaining a haunting distance, as if it were painted onto the very fabric of the mist. Its weathered sails fluttered in a phantom wind, and the aged wood groaned under the weight of untold years. Amidst the eerie ambience, the sound of footsteps in wet sand caught my attention. Not my own, but those of unseen others approaching from behind. Turning to glimpse them, I only saw swirling forms in the mist, human shapes that dissolved upon my gaze. Their murmurs, however, persisted. Tales of a ship that navigated between realms, appearing only on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams blurred. As I stood transfixed, observing the spectral vessel, I noticed details that shifted when not directly observed. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to weeping woman and back again. The number of masts fluctuated with each pulse of the blue light, and even the ship's size wavered, at times shrinking to a mere fishing boat, at others rivaling the grandest vessels ever crafted. Water began to pool around my feet, though no waves reached the beach's edge. The still water rose steadily, enveloping me ankle-deep in a mirror-like reflection of the mist above. Within that watery mirror, the ship revealed itself in its former glory. Sails billowing with unseen wind, brass fittings gleaming under an absent sun, and a crew of shadowy figures moving with spectral purpose across the decks. The blue light pulsed one final time, illuminating the passengers and crew frozen in a moment of timeless serenity. Their gazes met mine, reflecting the same ethereal glow that had lured me here, conveying a sense of acceptance and choice rather than entrapment or loss. They existed exactly where they intended to be. As the water receded, stealing the clarity of the vision before me, the ship's outline faded into the mist, its form blending seamlessly with the fog until the boundaries blurred beyond recognition. The whispers softened, merging with the distant murmur of waves. Turning to depart, I discovered the path homeward transformed. The beach stretched endlessly in both directions, the dunes reshaping in the darkness. Yet, guided by an unseen force, my feet navigated the shifting landscape, leading me back through the ethereal terrain. Returning to my room, I stood by the window, watching as the fog dissipated with the approaching dawn. The blue light had vanished, leaving no trace of its presence, save for the lingering scent of sea salt on my sweater. In my pocket, I found a smooth, weathered piece of sea glass, its hue mirroring the pulsing light that had guided me through the night. Even now, on quiet rainy nights, a glimpse of that ethereal blue light in the distance evokes memories of the phantom ship. Each sighting differs from the last, the vessel never materializing quite the same way twice. Yet, as I keep the sea glass on my windowsill, the distant whispers persist, recounting tales of a ship adrift between reality and possibility, forever lost amidst the waves of potential. Story 19. The soft patter of rain tapped gently against the worn wooden shingles, creating a soothing melody that wrapped around me like a comforting embrace. Settling into the depths of my newly acquired home, an ancient Victorian manor stood stoic, yet somehow distant from the world outside. The previous owners remained veiled in mystery, their presence lingering in the shadows of the house. The realtor had offered little insight into its past, merely a suspiciously low price and vague responses to my inquiries. Through the towering windows, I observed autumn leaves pirouetting across the neglected garden, their whispers blending with the rhythmic drumming of raindrops. The warm glow of my reading lamp stretched long shadows across the vintage wallpaper, creating shifting patterns that danced at the edges of my vision. The house came furnished with elegant pieces, each telling a story of eras long past, as though gathered from centuries rather than mere decades. Nestling into the plush armchair beside the crackling fireplace, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The manor felt both known and unknown, like a recurring dream where reality blurs with fantasy. The fire's flickering light bathed the room in a golden hue, reflecting off the crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, casting prismatic shapes that waltzed along the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled 9 times, its deep tones reverberating through the empty corridors. Yet there was a subtle discord in its chime, as if the sound traversed a foggy distance before reaching my ears. Automatically, I counted the chimes, though I couldn't recall winding the clock since my arrival. A gentle breeze whispered through the room, despite all windows being tightly shut against the autumn chill. The flames danced in the fireplace, painting fleeting shadows that almost took form just out of reach. The scent of ancient books and weathered wood filled the air, mingled with a sweeter aroma akin to dried flowers pressed between aged pages. Rising from the chair, an urge to explore the labyrinthine rooms beckoned. Each doorway led to spaces that defied the manor's external dimensions. A library with towering shelves of unknown languages, their spines etched with cryptic symbols instead of letters. Tracing my fingertips along their supple leather bindings, a faint warmth pulsed, as if the books harbored forgotten wisdom. The kitchen, frozen in time, housed copper pots hanging from iron fixtures and a colossal hearth. Anachronistic modern appliances juxtaposed 19th century cooking tools, creating a peculiar harmony of past and present. The marble countertops bore faint stains that shifted color with the light, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial maps. Ascending the spiraling staircase to the upper floor, each step emitted a melodic note, weaving an eerie symphony that trailed in my wake. The polished banister, smoothed by generations of touch, guided me upwards. Upon reaching the landing, I realized I couldn't recall the number of steps I had ascended. The hallway stretched impossibly long, doors shifting subtly each time I glanced back. Paintings adorned the walls, depicting landscapes of fantastical realms, mountains bending towards violet skies, forests where trees defied gravity, oceans flowing upwards. In the master bedroom, moonbeams filtered through delicate lace curtains, painting intricate patterns on the hardwood floor. The grand 4-poster bed commanded the space, its rich burgundy drapes swaying without a breeze. The mirror above the vanity faithfully reflected the room, yet at times a subtle delay in its mimicry echoed my movements. Opening the closet unveiled a depth that surpassed the house's exterior, empty hangers swaying softly, creating a gentle, melodic tinkling. At the rear of the closet, shrouded in darkness, stood a smaller door of dark wood, its polished brass handle gleaming alluringly. I found myself drawn to that door repeatedly in the following weeks, yet hesitated to grasp the inviting handle. Each approach infused the air with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something ancient, a presence deeper than mere petrichor. The basement door remained locked, the key elusive among the house's possessions. In the quiet of night, distant melodies seeped through the floorboards, not unsettling but rather reminiscent of unknown instruments playing a haunting tune. Time warped within the manor's walls, elongating evenings into days and compressing weeks into fleeting hours. The grandfather clock maintained its irregular cadence, never striking the hour of midnight. The moments between 11 and 1 stretched like taffy, resonating with the murmurs of settling furniture and creaking floorboards that almost whispered secrets. The house seemed attuned to my emotions, expanding its rooms on somber days, offering vast ceilings to cradle my melancholy. In joyous times, the walls drew closer, cocooning me in snug corners perfect for solace or study. The temperature subtly shifted, perpetually maintaining a perfect equilibrium, untouched by thermostatic controls. Visitors were scarce, and those who ventured inside departed swiftly. A hush would fall over them, their gazes darting to shadowed corners where darkness deepened inexplicably. Conversations would fade into contemplative silence, their memories of the visit fading as they left, as if the house itself gently erased their recollections. My dreams blossomed vividly, painted with visions of the manor in bygone eras. I witnessed its youth, gleaming with pristine wood, and its antiquity, cloaked in vines bursting with extinct blooms. I glimpsed it in seasons unbeknownst, beneath skies bearing multiple suns. Each dawn, I awoke uncertain if the visions were dreams or if the house had imparted its memories unto me. On a tranquil evening, seated in the library deciphering one of the enigmatic tomes, I caught sight of my reflection in the window. Behind me, the room morphed, furniture rearranged, walls shifted in color, shelves adorned with different texts. Turning swiftly, all returned to its familiar state, but the reflected room clung to its alternate reality. I comprehended then that the house existed in myriad timelines concurrently, akin to stacked pages in a formidable tome. Occasionally, these pages would shuffle, offering fleeting peeks between realities. The house hadn't shed its past. It had merely gathered too many to be contained in a singular present. Now, as I pen these words by candlelight, though the electric lights function perfectly, the house prefers softer radiance. I sense the weight of countless untold tales brushing gently against my consciousness. The rain continues its tender serenade on the rooftop, harmonizing with the erratic chimes of the grandfather clock and the murmured dialogues of vacant chambers. I no longer strive to unveil why the house selected me or why its previous occupants vanished without a trace. Some mysteries I've discovered hold a profound beauty when left unexplored. The house safeguards its secrets, divulging them in fragments, in dreams, in fleeting moments when sunlight caresses the ancient floors just so. Perhaps one day I too will meld into the tapestry of memories within these walls, becoming another chapter in its infinite chronicle. Until then, I reside here, attuned to the tranquil symphony of a dwelling existing beyond temporal confines, perusing volumes in languages that may never have been spoken, and mastering the silent dialect of rooms that harbor all but disclose naught. The grandfather clock chimes anew, an hour unbeknownst, and somewhere within the house, a door unveils a chamber that eluded existence yesterday. A smile graces my lips, aware it will vanish upon seeking, only to resurface once forgotten entirely. This is my abode now, amidst its impossible instants, its untold narratives, its pasts that never transpired and futures that may yet unfold. Story 20. In the quiet of the night, the rain tapped gently on the window, creating a soothing melody that enveloped the room. Seated in my grandmother's worn rocking chair, I held in my hands a weathered journal, a treasure trove of mysteries left behind by her. The raindrops danced down the glass, painting intricate patterns, as I delved into the pages of her past. Within the leather-bound journal, I discovered her account of an extraordinary autumn from her youth, penned in her elegant script. As I read, the rain outside seemed to echo her words, weaving a tale that washed over me like a forgotten dream. "My dearest journal," her words began, setting the scene of a village cloaked in morning fog, where shadows had mysteriously vanished. The absence of these dark silhouettes puzzled me, yet the villagers carried on with their daily routines, moving with an ethereal grace that defied explanation. I had come to stay with Aunt Margaret, a family friend who resided in a Victorian house on the outskirts of the village. Her home exuded warmth and comfort, yet even within its walls, shadows refused to linger, casting everything in a surreal light. Aunt Margaret, with her gentle demeanor, revealed the village's long-lost secret. The shadows had departed generations ago, for reasons unknown. As I observed the peculiarities of this shadowless world, from singing birds to shimmering flowers, I couldn't help but marvel at the villagers' adaptation to this altered reality. The children, especially, found joy in their shadowless games, creating art and playing under the ever-present glow of sunlight. As winter descended upon the village, the snowfall transformed the landscape into a shimmering wonderland, devoid of shadows but brimming with a tranquil beauty. In the quiet moments shared with Aunt Margaret, savoring tea that tasted of moonlight, I realized the profound peace that permeated this unique place. It was a sanctuary where time moved like honey, where memories of light danced in the absence of shadows. On the eve of my departure, under a starlit sky, Aunt Margaret posed a question that lingered in the air like a whispered secret. Would I write about this village, this world without shadows? I promised I would, though I knew the tale would sound like a mere fantasy to those who had never experienced its magic. As I closed the journal, the rain outside continued its gentle serenade, and a curious sensation enveloped me. In the reflection on the window, my shadow seemed to hesitate, as if drawn to the memory of a place where shadows were but a fleeting memory. With my grandmother's words echoing in my mind, I embraced the enchanting mystery of that shadowless village, where light and memories intertwined in a dance of whispers and dreams. And as I drifted into slumber, the rain lulled me with its soothing rhythm, carrying me to a realm where shadows were but a distant memory, and light reigned supreme. Story 21. The rhythmic pulse of waves against weathered stone enveloped my senses as I journeyed along the winding path leading to the lighthouse. The evening air carried whispers of salt and seaweed, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil from the recent rain. Each step I took on the damp ground was accompanied by the gentle rustle of tall grass swaying in the coastal breeze. Ahead stood the lighthouse, its white walls glowing ethereally in the fading twilight. Layers of history peeked through the delicate peeling paint, adding to the enigmatic charm of the structure. As the lighthouse keeper's assistant, the beacon had been a steadfast presence in my life. But tonight, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. The absence of the usual warm golden beam sweeping across the waters piqued my curiosity, even though the lantern room at the top of the tower emitted a soft glow. Unlocking the heavy wooden door with a cold iron key, it creaked open with a low, resonant sound that reverberated through the circular chamber. An intriguing mix of brass and mineral oil scents welcomed me, accompanied by an elusive fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. My footsteps echoed softly against the stone floor as I began my ascent up the spiral staircase. 142 steps, a familiar journey that now felt shrouded in mystery. The usual sounds of the lighthouse, the ticking of the clockwork mechanism, and the whispering wind through the ventilation shafts seemed distant, as if veiled by a heavy fog. The brass handrail, unusually warm to the touch, offered a sense of comfort amidst the eerie atmosphere. As I climbed, subtle details caught my attention. Faint markings on the walls resembled writing, yet upon closer inspection, they dissolved into natural stone patterns. Upon reaching the watchroom below the lantern room, I noticed the logbook open on the desk, its pages fluttering without a breeze. The last entry bore my own handwriting, detailing a peculiar occurrence. Light shines forth but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. The temperature dropped as I ascended to the lantern room. The mesmerizing Fresnel lens sparkled, capturing and refracting light from the lamp. However, peering through the glass panes revealed an absence, no beam cutting through the darkness, as if the light dissipated mere feet from its source. Pressing my hand against the cool glass, I gazed upon a tranquil sea, its surface akin to black silk, devoid of starry reflections despite the clear sky above. The horizon vanished into absolute darkness, pulsating with an unknown life force. The mysterious entry in the logbook tugged at my thoughts, challenging my understanding of the world. Observing the unexplained phenomenon unfold before me, I noticed the toolbox open in an unfamiliar arrangement, resembling arcane symbols that shifted when I blinked. The lamp's flame flickered unpredictably, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move independently from me. A delayed reflection in the glass mirrored my actions with a subtle lag, creating an uncanny dissonance. A gentle humming resonated from the lens, its organic, melodic quality filling the room. The vibration traveled through me, creating a profound connection to the unknown. Words materialized in the logbook, as if penned by an invisible hand. The darkness doesn't consume the light, it transforms it into something we cannot perceive. Some things are meant to remain unseen. Observing the liquid shadows in the water below, I sensed a language of absence, a dance of shadows that transcended understanding. The humming intensified as the light pulsated rhythmically, casting impossible angles and shadows that defied logic. Time warped within the lantern room, where the laws of nature bent and twisted, challenging my perception of reality. The brass rail's warmth faded, replaced by a strange sensation, existing between states of matter, inviting yet unknowable. Descending the stairs felt like traversing through shifting dimensions, the lighthouse now a nexus of mysteries beyond comprehension. The following morning revealed no trace of the night's events in the logbook, tools neatly arranged, and the beam casting its light as expected. Yet on quiet nights, a faint echo of that mysterious night lingers, the light fading into the void, accompanied by a subtle humming. In those moments, I ponder if the lighthouse communicates with the darkness, in a language of light and shadow beyond human comprehension. The mystery remains, a gentle enigma that dances between the realms of light and dark, known and unknown. The lighthouse stands vigilant, a beacon in the night, harboring secrets that whisper in the space between realms, waiting to be unveiled. Story 22. The gentle hum of my car's engine blended with the soft tap-tap of raindrops on the windshield, creating a lulling cadence that synchronized with the steady thud of my own heartbeat. The night enveloped my vehicle like a plush, velvety cloak, pierced only by the warm halo of my headlights slicing through the darkness. It felt as though I had been driving for an eternity, though my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had slipped by since I departed the cozy diner where I paused for a cup of coffee. The road ahead unfurled endlessly, a ribbon of inky black asphalt vanishing into the misty obscurity. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their boughs swaying ever so gently in the autumn breeze, casting ethereal shadows that waltzed across my path. The breeze that crept in through the cracked window carried the heady aroma of damp earth and pine needles, a fragrance that usually offered solace, but tonight bore a hint of strangeness, an intensity that felt almost otherworldly. Something peculiar caught my attention. The mile markers seemed to be looping. Initially, I brushed it off as tiredness toying with my senses, but as I continued driving, the repetition became glaringly obvious. Mile marker 47 would glide past, followed by 48, 49, 50, and inexplicably, 47 would reappear. My rational mind attempted to rationalize. Perhaps different segments of the road shared the same numbering system, or maybe wariness clouded my perception. The radio, which had been crooning soft jazz melodies, began to dissolve into static. I reached to tune the dial, yet no matter how I twisted it, I could not capture a clear signal. Beneath the crackling static, faint whispers tiptoed into my ears, too indistinct to decipher words, but distinct enough to raise the tiny hairs on my nape. Opting for the soothing symphony of rain and the rhythmic swoosh of the windshield wipers, I silenced the radio. As the night deepened, I noticed the presence of other vehicles on the road. Or rather, the identical car that reappeared in my rearview mirror at precise intervals. It was a vintage model, possibly from the 1950s, its dull chrome trim glinting in my taillights. Each time it materialized, it trailed at a consistent distance for precisely 3 minutes before dissolving when I rounded a curve. Upon each glance in the mirror, it lingered there again, maintaining that exact distance with eerie precision. The clock on the dashboard seized my gaze. It displayed 11:47 p.m. I distinctly recalled it showing the same time when I first detected the recurring mile markers. A span that felt like at least an hour had slipped away. I pulled over in hopes of consulting my phone, but the screen remained blank with no signal, the time obscured by darkness. Even the watch on my wrist had frozen at 11:47, its second hand suspended in time, refusing to advance. Seeking clarity, I steered into a rest area, longing to collect my thoughts and perhaps encounter a fellow traveler who could offer guidance. The lot lay deserted except for a solitary streetlight casting a golden pool onto the glistening pavement. As I alighted from my car, the air clung heavy and thick, as though time itself had congealed. The rain now drifted in a faint mist, hovering weightlessly in the luminous aura. Nestled near the periphery of the lot stood a weathered wooden information board, its surface aged and darkened by years. Drawing closer, I observed a map unlike any I had encountered before. The roads twisted into inconceivable patterns, contorting in ways that defied logic. Nestled in a corner was a handwritten message. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you. Upon my return to the car, the vintage vehicle I had glimpsed in my mirror sat 3 spaces away. Despite the rain, its exterior gleamed immaculately, and through its windows, I caught a whiff of aged leather and pipe tobacco, as if its driver had just departed moments earlier. Resuming my journey, I noticed subtle transformations in the scenery. The trees appeared loftier, their limbs extending further over the road, crafting natural arches that eluded my headlights' reach. The mist, once distant, now undulated across the road in languid undulations, forming ephemeral shapes and visages that flickered in and out of existence. Each subsequent rest area mirrored the last, down to the puddle formations on the surface. And each time, the vintage car would be stationed 3 spaces away, vacant yet imbued with a living essence. I have traversed this road for what seems like an eternity now, yet my watch remains stubbornly fixed at 11:47 p.m. The fuel gauge lingers at half full, and the coffee in my cup retains its soothing warmth. Occasionally, I glimpse other drivers on this unending road, their countenances serene as they glide past, prompting me to ponder if they too have become ensnared in this gentle temporal loop. Strangely, I am no longer certain if I desire to locate my route back to conventional roads. There exists a peculiar solace in this realm, where time holds no dominion, where the voyage itself morphs into both destination and purpose. The murmurs and the static have evolved into a melodic familiarity, and the mist's fluid shapes feel akin to old companions. I now comprehend the note's cryptic message about the transformative power of this odyssey. With each passage of mile marker 47, a novel revelation unfolds, a hidden pattern in the trees, a subtle alteration in the light's essence, a fresh harmony within the whispered static. The road remains constant, yet my perception of it metamorphoses, akin to a musical opus that unveils deeper layers with each rendition. As my headlights continue to slice through the unending night, I ponder if I have stumbled upon something rare and precious, a realm where the ceaseless quest for a destination yields to the serene tranquility of perpetual journeying. The rain persists in its gentle patter on the windshield, and somewhere beyond, mile marker 47 awaits. However, this time I anticipate uncovering a concealed aspect, a revelation that has lingered in plain sight, awaiting my evolution to perceive it. For on a road without terminus, there exists perpetually another enigma to unravel, another stratum of mystery to unveil, another iteration of self to embody. And thus I press on, serenaded by the muted purr of my engine, the tranquil rain, and the hushed whispers of a road bereft of conclusion, merely infinite beginnings. Story 23. In the serene embrace of the ancient pines, a gentle breeze whispered secrets through the morning mist as I wandered along the winding mountain path. Each step I took was a soft symphony of crunching needles, harmonizing with the rhythm of my own beating heart. The mist enveloped the towering trees like a cozy shroud, muffling even the faintest whispers of the wilderness. Solitary hikes had always been my sanctuary, a way to find solace in the tranquil arms of nature. But on this particular morning, a new kind of stillness hung in the air, deep and profound, as if the mountain itself held its breath. The usual chorus of birds was conspicuously absent, leaving a void only filled by the rustle of leaves and the soft wind weaving through the branches. A weathered leather journal nestled in my backpack, its pages filled with enigmatic musings about this very mountain range. I had stumbled upon it at an estate sale, its contents detailing peculiar occurrences in these ancient heights. The previous owner, an elderly naturalist steeped in the ways of the wilderness, chronicled mysterious phenomena where sound seemed to pool and gather like water in hidden valleys. Whispers from afar could be heard crystal clear, while shouts mere feet away vanished into the thick air. As I ascended further, the mist thickened and the silence deepened. My once comforting footsteps now felt distant and alien, as if belonging to another traveler. The air grew heavy, gently pressing against my ears with a persistent weight. Pausing to sip from my canteen, the sound of swallowing reverberated strangely within me, casting doubt on whether I truly heard it with my ears or if it resonated in my mind alone. The journal spoke of a specific clearing, marked by a ring of weather-worn stones, where the silence purportedly held its most profound essence. The naturalist's writings hinted at an experience he cryptically termed the quiet that speaks, a phenomenon shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Around a large boulder, the clearing revealed itself to me. 7 ancient stones, waist-high, formed a rugged circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and pirouetted between them, moving with a deliberate grace. The air within the circle was motionless, yet the mist danced with ethereal elegance. Stepping into the ancient ring, a subtle shift enveloped me. The pressure in my ears intensified, not uncomfortably so, but akin to a gentle submersion in warm waters. The silence here pulsed with a peculiar vitality, as if it possessed a listening presence. My own breath became silent, though the rise and fall of my chest persisted. The soft crunch of pine needles beneath my boots had vanished entirely. Seating myself at the heart of the circle, propped against a modest stone, I opened the journal once more. The naturalist's final entry beckoned me. The silence speaks in whispers of memory. It reveals what you must hear, if only you listen with more than just your ears. Reading those words, a shift occurred in my perception. The silence took on layers, like transparent veils gliding against each other. In that profound hush, sounds unfathomable emerged. Children's laughter in a distant playground, the creak of a cherished rocking chair, the gentle patter of summer rain on a tin roof from years long past. These were not mere memories or echoes. They felt vivid and near, yet impossibly remote, as if the silence acted as a conduit for distant moments. With closed eyes, I allowed these phantom sounds to envelop me, each carrying a sensory richness beyond mere sound. The fragrance of lavender from my grandmother, the warmth of summer on my skin, the taste of raindrops. Time slipped away unnoticed as I basked in this cocoon of living silence. The sun descended as I eventually opened my eyes, its light feeble against the perpetual mist encircling the clearing. Rising to depart, a curious sight gave me pause. My shadow on the ground was not solitary. Faint yet distinct shadows moved at the periphery of my vision. Turning to face them directly, they dissipated, but their presence lingered. A final scribble in the journal's waning pages caught my attention. They are the guardians of the silent realms, the curators of forgotten sounds. Harmless beings, yearning to share their collection with those attuned to listen. Descending the mountain, the world's familiar sounds gradually returned. The rustle of my steps, the whisper of wind in the trees, the distant call of a lone bird. Yet a change had taken root within me. The silence had etched its mark, a gentle echo resonating within my bones. In quiet moments before sleep, I hear them anew. Those impossible sounds carried on whispers of silence. And in the darkest hours of night, when the world holds its breath, I glimpse those shadows in the corner of my eye, patiently awaiting a willing listener. The naturalist's wisdom rang true. The mountain harbors secrets within its silence, narratives spun from the absence of sound. Despite numerous returns, that enigmatic clearing eludes me. Perhaps it unveils itself solely to those who crave the whispers of silence. Or perhaps, akin to the shadows in their trove of sounds, it exists in a realm between moments where silence grows profound enough to speak. Story 24. The soft patter of rain against ancient stone walls created a gentle rhythm that filled the empty halls of the grand castle. From my temporary quarters, I observed water droplets meandering down the leaded glass windows, illuminated by distant flashes of lightning. Candlelight flickered, painting warm shadows that seemed to sway with the flicker of the flames. As the newly appointed caretaker of this majestic structure, I had arrived just before the autumn storms rolled in. The previous caretaker had departed abruptly, leaving behind a weathered leather-bound journal brimming with cryptic musings and peculiar observations. The pages exuded the scent of age, mingled with hints of lavender or dried roses that lingered in the air whenever I turned them. The castle itself stood as a masterpiece of medieval craftsmanship, its weathered stones holding tales of centuries within their rough surfaces. Tapestries adorned the walls, their colors faded by time, yet still whispering stories of ancient feasts and revelry. In the quiet lulls between gusts of wind, I could almost hear the faint echoes of long-gone celebrations carried on unseen drafts. Tonight, amidst the intensifying storm, I noticed a peculiar movement in the shadows within the grand hall. The candlelight seemed to catch on something intangible, like watching smoke drift through water. It brought to mind an entry from the old caretaker's journal, describing what he termed the breathing of the castle. Initially dismissed as fanciful ramblings, I now found myself uncertain. Descending the spiral staircase, my steps muffled by a thick carpet runner, the air grew cooler, carrying the earthy scent of the castle's foundations. The vast hall stretched before me, its ceiling vanishing into darkness above. Rain drummed against the high windows, a peaceful accompaniment to my exploration. Certain areas felt distinct, patches of air slightly warmer or cooler than the rest, akin to walking through sunlit spots on a cloudy day, though here no sun shone. Consulting the journal, I discovered the previous caretaker's notes on these anomalies, dubbed the castle's breath. The tapestries rustled without a breeze, and I stood before one depicting a medieval hunt, feeling watched with curiosity rather than malice, as if the castle itself were studying me. References in the journal detailed similar encounters, with the previous caretaker uncovering patterns in the castle's behavior. Hours slipped away as I made my own observations alongside his. The storm outside raged, yet within the castle, a sense of tranquility enveloped me. The thunder felt not ominous but comforting, akin to the sighs of an ancient being. Lightning illuminated stained glass windows in fleeting bursts of color that danced across the stone floors. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaited. On stormy nights, the books would rearrange themselves in mysterious patterns, a spectacle I witnessed as volumes shifted subtly on their shelves. Rather than fear, it evoked a sense of witnessing a hidden performance, as if the castle shared its enigma with me. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its resonance filling the empty chambers. The room's temperature shifted once more, the air charged like the prelude to a summer rain, settling into a comforting warmth. Drawn to a section where the old caretaker spent much time, I noticed shadows dancing in patterns resembling writing on the walls. Translating these ethereal messages, I began to grasp the castle's unique aliveness. Its stones didn't just hold memories, they exhaled them into the air, sharing with those who listened. The journal's final entry resonated within me. The castle doesn't reveal its secrets, it shares them, like a grandmother sharing stories. The mysteries are not to be solved but experienced, to be lived within. Penning my first entry in a new journal, the storm continued its gentle embrace on the castle. Shadows danced, tapestries shifted, and the air pulsed with enigmatic warmth. I realized my purpose was not to unravel the castle's secrets, but to merge my breath with its ancient rhythms, becoming part of its ongoing tale. Candlelight cast my shadow among the others playing on the walls. A distant door creaked softly, signaling another page turned in the castle's endless narrative. Embraced by the storm, I found not just a role or shelter, but a home within these living walls, where each night whispered old tales, and every shadow held the promise of a gentle mystery. Story 25. The gentle flicker of candlelight danced gracefully across the weathered wooden floors of the vintage store, casting enchanting shadows that swayed in a mesmerizing cadence. Rain whispered against the Victorian panes, composing a lulling melody that embraced the serene evening air. I stumbled upon this peculiar establishment, seeking refuge from the autumn storm, yet the warmth and the rich aroma of aged books and polished wood beckoned me to stay. Amidst the meticulously arranged array of oddities, my gaze fixated on a portrait hanging in a dim alcove. The painting portrayed a young woman in a striking deep blue gown, her features depicted with astonishing artistry. Her complexion possessed a porcelain-like sheen, capturing and reflecting the flickering candlelight, while her dark locks melded seamlessly with the dusky backdrop. Yet it was her eyes that held me captive, deep pools of amber that seemed to possess an uncanny depth, as if imbued with a forgotten technique, rendering them almost liquid-like. The proprietor, a seasoned gentleman with silver hair and wire-rimmed spectacles, detected my intrigue. His voice, soft and measured, akin to one accustomed to weaving bedtime tales, resonated in the hushed space. "That portrait harbors quite a tale," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with precision. "Painted by an artist who vanished shortly after completing it. Some whisper he spent years perfecting a unique blend of pigments to capture the lifelike essence in those eyes." I found myself drawn back to the shop day after day, captivated by an inexplicable fascination with the portrait. Each visit unveiled fresh details: the graceful folds of her gown, the intricate rendering of her clasped fingers, the elusive hint of a smile that seemed to shift with every angle. The shopkeeper would often impart morsels of the painting's lore, each narrative more compelling than the last. On a particularly tranquil evening, as rain cascaded down the shop's windows, I noticed a peculiar occurrence. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the typical manner portraits do, but with a subtle undulation in the amber depths, akin to ripples in a placid pond. The candlelight caught these minuscule motions, creating fleeting glimmers that vanished when I attempted to focus on them directly. The shopkeeper materialized beside me, his voice barely above a whisper. They say the artist fixated on capturing true life in his creations, delving into ancient methods, experimenting with unconventional materials. Some speculate he unearthed something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undisturbed. As weeks drifted by, I discerned further alterations in the portrait. At times, her countenance appeared softer, more contemplative. Other instances, a trace of melancholy graced the curve of her lips. The shifts were so subtle that I questioned their reality, pondering whether they were genuine or merely figments of my imagination, amplified by the shopkeeper's tales and the dreamlike ambiance of the candlelit emporium. One dusk, I arrived to find the shop shrouded in an unusual darkness. The candles remained unlit, and only the dim light of twilight filtered through the rain-streaked windows. The shopkeeper was conspicuously absent. Standing before the portrait, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the room, revealing a startling sight. The woman's eyes blinked. My pulse quickened, not from fear, but from a profound sense of awe. The rain continued its soothing serenade against the windows as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes had undergone a tangible transformation, exuding a warmth and cognizance that defied the constraints of mere paint on canvas. In the subdued glow, I could almost swear I perceived her bosom rise and fall with a gentle breath. The shopkeeper's voice drifted from behind me, as gentle as snowfall. "She unveils herself solely to those who truly grasp her beauty," he articulated. The artist didn't merely capture her likeness, he uncovered a way to encapsulate something beyond, something that straddles the realms of art and reality. I refrained from acquiring the portrait, yet I visited it routinely. Occasionally, I would linger for hours in the cozy old armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight, while the woman in the painting observed with her living gaze. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would partake in companionable silence, punctuated solely by the rustle of pages and the patter of raindrops. Years have elapsed since then, and I've often questioned the authenticity of it all. The subtle shifts in her expression, the fluidity in her eyes, the sensation of encountering something simultaneously exquisite and implausible. However, on tranquil nights when rain taps against my window, memories of the candlelit store and the portrait that seem to pulsate resurface. And at times, in that ethereal threshold between wakefulness and slumber, I can still sense her tender regard trailing me through the obscurity. Whispers abound that the painting lingers in that shop, awaiting visitors attuned to the peculiarity within those amber eyes. Some assert they've witnessed her smile evolve or detected a hint of motion within the canvas. Yet perhaps the genuine enchantment lies not in whether the portrait genuinely lives, but in those silent instants when we permit ourselves to believe in the implausible, suspended in that dreamy realm where art and reality meld, akin to watercolors in the rain. Story 26. The wooden steps groaned softly beneath my feet as I made my way up the spiraling staircase of the old lighthouse keeper's dwelling. Each step seemed to hold the weight of time, echoing whispers of days long past. Outside, the autumn breeze caressed the weathered walls, creating a harmonious hum that resonated deep within the structure. It was as if the very essence of the place carried a melody of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. A letter from my grandmother had led me to this peculiar place, where time danced to its own rhythm, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. The air was tinged with the scent of ancient books, mingled with the briny tang of sea salt and the earthy aroma of rain-soaked wood. Reaching the third-floor landing, my fingers traced the intricate carvings on the mahogany banister, worn smooth by the touch of many hands over the years. The evening light filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows that swayed gracefully across the faded wallpaper, like silent dancers in a timeless ballet. In my coat pocket, my grandmother's final letter nestled, its edges softened by repeated readings. "The tower holds secrets," her elegant script had whispered, "but they are secrets that beckon softly, that whisper rather than shout. When you are ready, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal forgotten truths." The top floor opened into a circular chamber, bathed in perpetual twilight. Dust motes floated lazily in the amber light streaming through the windows, creating halos around the carefully placed furniture. A high-backed chair, a table adorned with a brass lamp, and walls adorned with enigmatic instruments shrouded in mystery. Yet, it was the tower itself that captured my gaze, its slanted silhouette defying the laws of physics against the darkening sky. Settling into the plush reading chair, I felt it embrace me, as if anticipating my arrival. The warm glow of the brass lamp barely reached the room's edges, leaving them draped in comforting shadows. Below, the gentle creaks and settling sounds of the building created a soothing symphony, as if the structure itself was alive. My grandmother had dwelled here for 40 years, both lighthouse keeper and guardian of the tower's enigmas. Locals spoke of her with reverence and awe, recounting tales of mysterious lights in the tower, ethereal music emanating from its depths, and visitors departing with serene smiles, their newfound wisdom kept close to their hearts. As the sun dipped lower, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, moved across the floor in a mesmerizing dance, defying logic. Instead of a linear path, it weaved a cryptic pattern, caressing specific objects, a silver box, an old compass, until finally resting on a seemingly ordinary section of the paneling. Following my grandmother's cryptic words, I waited until the shadow aligned perfectly with a faint seam in the wood. With a gentle push, the panel swung inward, revealing a narrow passageway spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. A warm breeze, tinged with lavender, drifted down from above, leading the way as I ascended. Smooth stones lined the passage, emitting a gentle glow that illuminated the path ahead. The walls bore shifting inscriptions, elusive and ever-changing, defying direct comprehension. The tower's lean grew more pronounced with each step, yet I maintained my balance effortlessly, as if attuned to its peculiar angle. Emerging into the upper chamber, I found a space that defied logic, expanding beyond the tower's exterior dimensions. The circular room boasted windows offering vistas of varying landscapes, a serene sea at sunset, starlit skies, and unfamiliar terrains. At its center stood a peculiar apparatus, a fusion of astronomical instrument and music box, its components gleaming in the mystical light. Parts of it moved with graceful precision, devoid of visible mechanisms. Beside it lay a notebook bound in soft leather, penned with my grandmother's wisdom. "You have reached the heart of it all." The first page beckoned. "The tower awaits, a keeper of gentle mysteries that dwell in the spaces between moments, in the silence between heartbeats." The subsequent pages held instructions unlike any conventional guide, akin to poetic whispers in the language of dreams and physics. They spoke of attuning to the instrument through feeling, listening to its harmonies with the tower's lean, rather than mere observation. As night descended, comprehension bloomed within me. The tower's tilt was intentional, capturing elusive currents of time and possibility. The instrument gave form to these intangible forces, not as tangible data, but as experiences that transcended mere understanding. Hours melted away as I communed with the instrument, embracing its rhythms, glimpsing echoes of bygone eras through the shifting windows. The night deepened, enveloping me in a profound serenity. I realized then the essence of my grandmother's words. Some secrets were not meant to be unraveled, but experienced, cherished in their enigmatic beauty. With the approaching dawn, I retraced my steps down the spiral passage, returning to the circular room as morning's hues painted the sky. The tower's shadow now shifted westward, heralding a new day, yet promising to resume its cryptic dance at nightfall. Nestling back into the reading chair, I felt the weight of nocturnal revelations settle around me like a comforting shroud. The brass lamp's glow mingled with the pale dawn seeping through the windows, as distant seabirds serenaded the new day. My grandmother's letter now bore a different significance, an invitation to a legacy unfolding before me. The tower would continue its timeless vigil, leaning towards the heavens, weaving tales of magic and mystery. I sat in contemplative silence, attuned to the tower's whispered secrets, where reality blurred, and wonders awaited those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 27, In the hushed embrace of an autumn evening, the gentle patter of rain against weather-worn stones created a soothing symphony, a melody that whispered through the ancient walls of my grandmother's Victorian abode. Recently inheriting the estate, I found myself drawn each night to its quiet nooks and concealed corners, where the secrets of its aged architecture waited to be unveiled. Tonight, nestled in the library under the warm glow of a vintage brass lamp, my focus was repeatedly pulled to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. Unlike the usual settling creaks or the wind's whispers, this sound held a unique quality, resembling water meandering through ancient conduits, yet carrying a melodic cadence. My grandmother often spoke of the house harboring enigmas, but none as captivating as the ancient cistern hidden beneath its very foundation. Constructed in a time when rainwater was prized, the subterranean chamber had long been sealed off, or so I had been informed. Yet as I listened to the enchanting tune rising from the depths, I couldn't shake the notion that a fragment of it lingered, concealed in the darkness below. With each passing moment, the sound grew clearer, akin to wind chimes resonating underwater, muffled yet crystalline, a paradoxical harmony that defied logic yet existed. As the rain outside intensified, the mysterious resonance seemed to ebb and flow, mirroring the weather's tempo. I found myself traversing the ground floor's corridors, trailing the melody like a silken thread through a labyrinth. My footsteps, shod in silence, made no sound upon the ancient hardwood, while the house's familiar creaks seemed to have fallen silent, as if the edifice itself listened alongside me. The flickering shadows cast by the brass lamp danced upon the walls, animating the floral wallpaper as if it pulsated with life in my peripheral vision. Beneath a threadbare rug in the kitchen, which once belonged to my great-grandmother, I stumbled upon a concealed trapdoor, unnoticed until now. The aged wood felt smooth under my touch, a brass ring pull flush against its surface. The melody grew more pronounced here, a whispered dialogue just beneath comprehension, filtering through the floorboards. With trembling hands, not of fear but anticipation, I raised the ring, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. The air wafting from below was cool, carrying hints of mineral water and ancient stone, reminiscent of forgotten wells and caverns of yore. Descending cautiously, each step deliberate, my lamp's amber glow was absorbed by the murky atmosphere. The walls, fashioned from fitted stone with meticulous precision, spoke of a craftsmanship long faded into obscurity. Somewhere in the shadows, water trickled, creating purposeful patterns of sound. At the chamber's nadir, a circular expanse unfolded before me. The cistern loomed vast, its entirety shrouded in darkness beyond the lamp's reach. The water's surface gleamed mirror smooth, reflecting light in a mesmerizing display that obscured its depth. Tiny ripples materialized and vanished without apparent cause, capturing light like molten gold. Yet, it was the music of the water that held me spellbound. In this sanctuary, the source of the melody was revealed. The chamber's acoustics transformed each water droplet into a note of a celestial symphony. Rainfall from above, filtering through earth and stone, birthed a melody of minuscule impacts. The water itself resonated with the chamber, harmonizing in ways defying simple fluid dynamics. Enveloped in the sonorous embrace, I discerned another layer, a tapestry of whispers interwoven within the aqueous melody. Veiled in languages almost familiar, they wove tales of significance just beyond comprehension. I lost track of time in that subterranean sanctuary where time flowed in droplets and ripples, not minutes and hours. The lamp's glow dimmed imperceptibly, for the darkness itself bore a vitality, alive with shifting patterns and subtle movements. Emerging from the stone steps, the night had deepened considerably. The rain ceased, and the enigmatic melody dwindled to a faint murmur. Concealing the trapdoor beneath the rug, I knew I would return. The cistern's song had melded with the house's heartbeat, an eternal serenade resonating beneath our feet. Now, each night as I lay in bed, I strain to catch that ethereal music. Sometimes it rings clear as crystal, other times a mere whisper, coaxing me to question its existence. I've come to realize that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled but experienced. In the tranquil interludes between thoughts, in the pauses between raindrops. The cistern persists in its timeless aria, performing for an audience of stone and shadows. And in dreams more tangible than reality, I decipher cryptic messages within the watery symphony, echoes of ancient wisdom born on waves of sound. Yet the essence of these messages, the forgotten lore they safeguard, eludes my grasp, akin to capturing the memory of rain. Story 28. The old house took on a different air as night descended. Nestled in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair, I observed the fading amber hues vanish from the sky, leaving behind elongated shadows that twirled and swayed across the time-worn wooden floors. The rhythmic patter of raindrops against the window panes created a melodic symphony, harmonizing with the soft crackling of flames in the fireplace. Inheriting this house 3 months prior had brought me solace in its aged charm during the day, but by night, an inexplicable peculiarity enveloped the space. The atmosphere thickened, as if the darkness itself bore weight. The fragrance of ancient books and cedar wood lingered in every nook, mingling with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil seeping through the slightly askew window frames. My gaze drifted to the grandfather clock nestled in the corner, its steady ticking a constant companion in the passage of time. The brass pendulum swung hypnotically, casting dancing reflections against the dark wallpaper. As wariness tugged at my eyelids, a peculiar sight caught my attention across the room, an anomaly unnoticed in prior nights. The raindrops cascading down the window pane painted an unusual picture, flowing sideways rather than descending. I blinked, questioning if my fatigued mind played tricks on me. The warm firelight lent the window a liquid sheen, rippling subtly as if the glass itself were in motion. Rising from the chair, I treaded towards the window with deliberate steps, my sock-clad feet whispering against the floorboards. With each stride, I discerned subtle discrepancies. The frame, once assumed to be crafted from the same dark wood as the others, possessed an iridescent quality akin to moonlit mother-of-pearl. The glass felt peculiar under my touch, neither warm nor cold, yet somehow both simultaneously. Peering beyond the glass, the view appeared distorted. Instead of the overgrown rose bushes and stone path of the garden, a gentle pulsating fog met my gaze, illuminated from within by a soft glow. Within the mist, fluid shapes moved, indistinct yet oddly familiar, akin to half-remembered dreams. The grandfather clock chimed 9, its resonant toll enveloping the room. Each note rippled through the ethereal fog beyond the window, momentarily halting the shapes within their ghostly dance. The rain's cadence intensified, now carrying whispers, not foreboding, but gentle murmurings reminiscent of leaves rustling in a summer breeze. Settling onto the window seat, my reflection waned as I fixated on the enigmas beyond the pane. The fog started to thin in patches, unveiling glimpses of what seemed like another chamber, a realm inconceivable outside this second-story window. Elegant furniture fragments, books suspended mid-air, and a mirror image of the window before me materialized within. The whispers grew clearer, though their meanings eluded me. They bore the warmth of familiar voices, akin to old friends conversing just beyond earshot. The rain's fragrance metamorphosed into a complex blend, traces of vanilla, aged parchment, and a sweet floral essence I struggled to identify. The air surrounding the window vibrated with a gentle energy, akin to the aftermath of a resonating bell. Time seemed to stretch differently as I sat there. The grandfather clock's ticking decelerated, each second elongating like honey trickling from a spoon. The mist shapes weaved tales through their patterns, narratives of past nights, past observers, past windows. I glimpsed individuals who might have sat in my stead, their countenances serene and curious, their hands reaching out to touch the glass, much like mine did now. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that danced upon the window, within which I discerned writing materializing and vanishing, elegant script in unfamiliar languages that I inexplicably comprehended. They spoke of thresholds, doorways, of interstitial spaces and rooms existing within reality's folds. My lids grew heavy as I observed, resisting the pull of slumber, fearful of missing the next revelation in that mysterious vista. The fog continued its languid waltz, occasionally parting to unveil further tantalizing glimpses of the otherworldly chamber. At times, movement flickered within, billowing curtains, shifting shadows, perhaps even the silhouette of a figure occupying a chair akin to my grandfather's. The whispers evolved into a lullaby, intertwining with the rain's melody in a soothing duet. They hinted at secrets, concealed locales, worlds lying just beyond the fragile barrier of glass. Drifting between sleep and wakefulness, between this reality and that distant realm, I felt my consciousness adrift. As my eyes finally succumbed to sleep, I could not discern if it truly occurred or was a mere dream. A soft click akin to a door unlocking, followed by the faintest creak of hinges. My last recollection was a cool breeze redolent of ancient tomes and boundless possibilities. Upon awakening, I found myself ensconced in my grandfather's chair, draped with a blanket I did not recall retrieving. The window appeared ordinary once more, revealing solely the rain-drenched garden outside. Yet on the window seat lay a single sheet of paper, its edges slightly curled, adorned with ever-shifting elegant script when gazed upon directly. Despite my endeavors, the writing eluded my comprehension, but in the dead of night, when the rain cascades just so and the shadows align flawlessly, a glimmer of understanding teases me. Each evening since, I have lingered by that window, an eager spectator. Sometimes the fog materializes, sometimes it does not. Sometimes the other chamber materializes, sometimes only shadows persist. Yet always the whispers persist, the gentle rain falls, and the allure of undiscovered mysteries beckons. And occasionally, when the grandfather clock heralds 9 and the fire dims, I ponder if an observer in that distant chamber gazes back, pen in hand, chronicling tales of a window peering into our world. Story 29. The soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the ancient house in a comforting melody, a gentle lullaby that echoed through its empty corridors. Inheriting this grand Victorian mansion from my grandmother, only a fortnight ago, unveiled a world of secrets nestled within its weathered walls. The aged wooden floorboards murmured beneath my footsteps, whispering tales of bygone eras in muted tones. On that particular autumn evening, with the melancholic wind serenading through the gaps in the window frames, a mysterious pull led me to the narrow staircase ascending to the attic. The brass handle of the attic door felt cool against my skin, turning effortlessly as if beckoning me into its forgotten realm. A fragrance of aged books and memories long forsaken drifted down to meet me as I climbed the creaking stairs. My flashlight carved gentle pathways through the swirling dust motes, illuminating the attic's treasures hidden by my grandmother over a lifetime, each item a silent narrator of its own untold story, waiting to be unraveled. The attic sprawled before me, shrouded in white sheets like spectral sentinels guarding their silent vigil. My steps were muffled by the thick carpet of dust blanketing the wooden floor, while the rain outside continued its soothing symphony on the slanted roof, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the veiled furniture and stacked boxes, a peculiar sight captured my gaze. Nestled in the far corner, partially obscured behind an old trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair, curiously pristine amidst the dusty surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery retained its rich burgundy hue, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll unlike any I had encountered before. Clad in a faded blue silk dress adorned with yellowed lace, the doll's exquisitely crafted face exuded a serene beauty, capturing a moment of eternal calm. Yet it was the doll's eyes that held me spellbound. Crafted from painted glass, they possessed a depth that seemed to shift and shimmer in the flashlight's beam. Approaching the doll, the floorboards beneath me protested with a soft groan, the sound echoing in the still air of the attic. The doll sat motionless, hands elegantly folded, as if anticipating a long-awaited return. A tiny key protruding from its back hinted at a hidden music box feature, though I hesitated to wind it amidst the attic's silence. A subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped the rocking chair, a slight chill mingling with a denser presence. My breath materialized in wispy clouds within the flashlight's glow, contrasting with the warmth lingering from the day. Tentatively reaching out to touch the doll's cheek, I was met not with the expected chill of porcelain, but with a gentle warmth pulsating faintly beneath my fingertips. In that moment, a delicate melody, as if from a distant music box, teased the edges of my hearing. So faint it could have been a figment of my imagination, yet carrying notes of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum to me in my youth. Lost in the memory, I witnessed the rocking chair stir ever so slightly, a barely perceptible movement that quickened my heartbeat, the very air seemingly holding its breath. The chair settled back into stillness, but an aura of anticipation lingered in the space around it. Subsequently, I found myself drawn back to the attic with increasing frequency. Sometimes I would sit for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its tranquil pose. On serene nights, when the house surrendered to its deepest hush, the familiar lullaby would drift down from the attic's recesses, a wistful reminder of my grandmother's enduring love. One twilight, as the sun dipped low, casting the attic in hues of amber and shadow, a hidden diary revealed itself tucked behind the rocking chair. Laden with my grandmother's elegant script, the diary unveiled a photograph. A youthful image of my grandmother seated in the rocking chair, cradling what seemed to be the same doll. Yet a peculiar disparity caught my eye. The doll's stance in the picture differed subtly from its current position, a silent enigma begging to be deciphered. Within the diary's pages, my grandmother chronicled the gift of a musical doll on her 8th birthday, a companion that played the sweetest lullabies to soothe her during storms. She recounted moments when, on lonely nights, she could almost hear the doll's melody without a single turn of its key. The final entry, scribed mere days before her passing, spoke of the doll's comforting presence in her last days, the old lullaby permeating her dreams before falling silent mid-sentence. Now, amidst quiet evenings in my grandmother's home, I am drawn back to the attic time and again. The doll remains perched in its chair, its serene countenance unaltered, yet subtly transformed with each viewing. In the hush before sleep claims me, the familiar lullaby descends from the attic once more, a gentle echo of my grandmother's affection, preserved in silk and porcelain, a silent guardian of the house's memories. The enigma of the doll persists, a riddle left uncracked, perhaps destined to remain so. Some mysteries are best left to unravel in the twilight realm between reality and dreams, as gentle ponderings that stir the soul. During the house's most tranquil moments, when rain taps softly against the panes and the wind whispers through the corridors, I find solace in the knowledge that above, in the attic's dusty embrace, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal watch, cradling secrets and memories in its warm, tender embrace. On nights steeped in tranquility, I discern the subtle shift in the air heralding the melody, a gentle change in pressure, a delicate warming of the atmosphere, as if the very house inhales before the lullaby commences. Suspended between waking and slumber, I comprehend why my grandmother chose to keep the doll's essence veiled from others. Some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than explained, experienced rather than understood. Thus, the doll remains ensconced in its attic alcove, neither wholly of this world nor entirely apart from it, a watchful custodian of familial lore and unspoken narratives. Its presence evolves from disquieting mystery to comforting familiarity, infusing the old house with a sense of serene wonder. Drifting into sleep each night, I sense its benevolent vigil extending throughout the home, weaving dreams and memories into an eternal lullaby that murmurs softly in the spaces between heartbeats. Story 30. The autumn breeze whispered gently through the barren branches above, carrying the nostalgic fragrance of decay and memories. Meandering along the ancient dirt path, my steps were muffled by a natural carpet of fallen leaves. The early evening air held a peculiar October essence, crisp yet tender, enveloping me like an old, comforting glove. Though I had traversed this path countless times, tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the mist embracing the ground, swirling around the ancient tree bases like ghostly fingers. Or maybe it was the eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the waning light. A broken candle caught my eye instantly. It lay on its side at the path's edge, its pure white wax cleanly fractured down the middle, as if snapped intentionally. Pausing, I knelt to inspect it closely. The break was sharp, almost surgically precise, the wick untouched, never kissed by flame. Continuing my walk, a slower, more deliberate pace now, I noticed another identical broken candle about 20 paces ahead, then another and another. A trail of these shattered sentinels, meticulously placed along the path, unfolded before me. With daylight fading fast, the forest grew darker. The mist thickened, evolving from wispy tendrils into a dense, rolling fog that obscured everything beyond a few feet. The chill intensified, urging me to pull my jacket snugly around me. Following the broken candles, a subtle shift in the atmosphere became palpable. The air grew heavy, charged with an unexplainable energy. Silence deepened, even my breath sounding muted and distant. Each broken candle seemed to faintly glow as I passed, a trick of light, or perhaps my mind playing tricks in the encroaching darkness. The path began to wind more dramatically, weaving through the forest's older sections, where trees intertwined to form natural archways overhead. The broken candles continued their silent watch, guiding me deeper into the woods. Though I had never ventured this far before, a small voice hinted at turning back. Yet an inexplicable force drew me onward, like a moth drawn to light. Noticing the broken candle's fractures becoming more violent, no longer clean but jagged and twisted, I pressed forward. The fog thickened, gaining substance like walking through clouds of cotton. A strange electricity tingled in my fingers, and my neck hairs stood on end. The air grew colder, my breath forming clouds. Then a clearing emerged ahead, barely visible through the fog. Dozens of candles, arranged in a perfect circle, stood upright, unbroken, their white wax gleaming softly. At the circle's center stood a single black candle, its surface so dark it seemed to absorb what little light remained. Stepping into the clearing, my footsteps echoed loudly in the profound silence. The arranged candles softly pulsed, without visible flame. The black candle at the center drew me in, and I moved toward it involuntarily. Upon reaching the center, I noticed its peculiarity. Not wax, but cool, smooth, obsidian-like material, split perfectly down the middle, the halves barely apart. Touching it, a deep, resonant hum reverberated through me, seemingly from all directions. The white candles intensified their glow, still flameless. The split in the black candle widened slowly, revealing only darkness within. The hum grew stronger, a gentle pull tugging at me, not physical but fundamental, stirring something deep within my consciousness. Transfixed, the forest faded, the fog thickened, until only the glowing white candles and the endless darkness within the split candle remained. Time lost meaning as I stood there, the fog thinning eventually, the white candles dimming. Stepping back, the patterns within the split candle faded into simple darkness, the white candles returning to mere wax. The forest reappeared around me. Retracing my steps through the darkened woods, the broken candles guiding me had vanished, leaving no trace. The fog lifted, revealing a star-filled night sky. Sometimes I revisit that path, hoping to find another broken candle, another trail to the clearing. Yet I never do. On quiet nights, with the wind whispering and mist rising, I sense the lingering echo of that resonant hum, stirring something deep within me. In my dreams, I see those intricate patterns within the split black candle, almost understanding their cryptic message. Some mysteries are meant to elude us, dancing in the twilight between knowing and unknowing, where wonder and uncertainty converge in the gathering dark. Story 31. In the tranquil embrace of a forest washed by the gentle rain, I tread softly on the pine needle-covered path, the sound of my steps muffled by nature's carpet. The afternoon sun, filtered through the canopy, bathed everything in a surreal, dreamlike glow. A symphony of scents filled the air: earthy soil, fresh moss, and the delicate perfume of wild mushrooms scattered across the woodland floor. These solitary walks had always been my sanctuary, but today an aura of mystery hung in the air. The familiar path twisted in unfamiliar ways, and the towering trees, ancient sentinels of time, seemed to lean closer, as if whispering secrets among themselves. Their branches swayed in a breeze invisible to me, creating an ethereal dialogue high above my head. As I delved deeper into the woods, a mist began to rise from the earth, curling around tree trunks like ghostly tendrils. The temperature dipped ever so slightly, sending a shiver down my spine. The rain's rhythm changed, now beckoning me forward with a subtle, hypnotic melody. Through the veils of mist, I spotted something peculiar. Weathered stone walls, cloaked in emerald moss, peeking through the trees. These walls, no taller than my chest, bore intricate shifting patterns that seemed alive. They formed the entrance to a labyrinth, a sight unprecedented in all my woodland wanderings. The stones exuded an odd warmth, and as I placed my hand upon them, a gentle hum reverberated through my being, as if they whispered an ancient lullaby. The moss felt velvety soft, emitting a faint glow that intensified as daylight waned. Without conscious intent, I followed the meandering walls as they twisted and turned. Each corner unveiled new stone patterns, new mosses and lichens painting the surfaces in hues of green, silver, and midnight blue. Unseen flowers bloomed in crevices, their iridescent petals resembling drops of moonlight. The further I ventured into the labyrinth, the more the outside world faded away. The rain's cadence shifted once more, syncing with my heartbeat. The mist swirled in patterns mirroring the wall designs, and in the distance, faint wind chimes echoed, though no wind stirred the still air. Time lost its hold. Had I walked for minutes or hours, the light remained constant, a soft, diffuse glow emanating from all directions. The walls narrated tales, depicting ancient trees dancing in forgotten forests, enigmatic beings gathering in undefined forms. Turning a corner, I stumbled upon a circular clearing within the labyrinth. In its heart, a still pool mirrored the dark sky, disturbed by ripples moving against the rain. Stone benches encircled the pool, etched with the same shifting patterns. Sitting down, I felt the stone's warmth seep through my clothes. Raindrops created mesmerizing ripples, carrying specks of light that danced before fading. Within the pool's depths, elusive movements hinted at memories or dreams. The chiming drew nearer, blending with rain and whispering trees in a harmony that stirred something deep within me. The mist wove intricate shapes, almost resembling figures before dissolving into formless vapor. Watching the pool, images emerged: a self-turning library, fleeting flowers in a garden, a staircase disappearing into darkness. Were these real visions, reflections, or mere figments of imagination fueled by this mystical realm? Seated there, I melded with the labyrinth's melody. Self and surroundings blurred, merging until I couldn't discern my boundaries. Raindrops on my skin sang an ancient tune, and the wall patterns flowed through my thoughts like water. Eventually, I noticed the path into the clearing had transformed. One entrance had become three, each identical, leading into mist-shrouded darkness. The walls pulsed with inner light, casting dancing shadows. Though dusk approached, I felt no urgency to return. Which path to choose? Did it matter? Each seemed to promise a unique journey, guided by emotion and intuition rather than physical laws. Rising, I picked a passage at random. The chimes intensified, then faded, replaced by distant wordless singing, resonating from the stones. The mist unveiled the path step by step, like a mystical revelation. Walking forward, an inexplicable peace enveloped me, dispelling any fear. I felt as if I had unearthed something ancient and patiently waiting to be discovered. The rain persisted, the mist twirled, and above, stars twinkled through an unseen canopy. Real or illusion, I couldn't discern. That day, I never found my way back to the familiar path. Instead, I emerged from the labyrinth into my own garden, the stone walls morphing into flowering bushes. The rain had ceased, leaving droplets clinging to leaves, reflecting the fading light like tiny prisms. At times, I glimpse those shifting patterns or hear distant chimes on the brink of sleep. The labyrinth song lingers in my dreams, beckoning me back to its enigmatic paths. On rainy days, as mist rises and light diffuses, I search for stone walls among the trees, wondering if the labyrinth awaits, ready to reveal its magic to another wanderer in need. Perhaps it exists in that liminal space between waking and dreaming, where reality bends and twists. Its memory remains, a gentle nudge that the world holds unexplainable marvels to be felt, not understood. Rain falls, mist rises, and somewhere in a forest, tangible or imagined, an ancient stone labyrinth dances with time and memory, patiently awaiting the next soul to chance upon its secrets. Story 32, the soft patter of rain against my window whispered a lullaby as the autumn evening unfolded its mysteries. Bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp, I delved into my leather-bound journal, where the peculiar events of recent weeks danced across the pages like shadows in the moonlight. The scratch of my pen against paper wove a tranquil harmony with the gentle symphony of nature outside. It all began on a misty evening much like this one, when the haunting sound of carriage wheels rolling over ancient cobblestones first graced my ears. In our historic neighborhood, echoes of the past often lingered in the air, carried by horse-drawn carriages that meandered through the streets, offering a glimpse of bygone days to curious visitors. But this sound was different, its rhythm unwavering, its melody captivating. Setting aside my teacup, I was drawn to the window by the hypnotic cadence outside. Through diaphanous curtains, I glimpsed the silhouette of an elegant carriage gliding through the ethereal mist. Its dark form moved with mechanical precision, wheels turning in perfect unison, hooves striking the cobbles in a mesmerizing dance. No driver graced its seat, yet it navigated the streets with an eerie determination, shrouded in a darkness that seemed to swallow the faintest light. That first night, I watched it pass by thrice, each circuit precisely 47 minutes apart, a pattern that beckoned me into a realm of mathematical intrigue. And so it became a regular visitor to our street, heralding its arrival as the evening shadows deepened, casting a spell of hushed anticipation upon all who beheld its passage. Whispers began to circulate among neighbors. Mrs. Henderson spoke of a spectral visitation in the dead of night, while children counted the seconds between sightings, their innocent curiosity tinged with a hint of caution. Yet it was I who found myself ensnared by the enigma, captivated by the subtle nuances that defined its essence. My journal became a repository of meticulous details, the shade of midnight blue that cloaked the carriage, the way streetlights dimmed in its wake, the lingering scent of lilacs and wood smoke that lingered in the air. One fog-laden evening, compelled by a yearning for answers, I ventured to follow its elusive trail. Clad in a warm coat, I pursued the carriage through mist-shrouded streets, lost in a dreamlike trance as the world around me blurred into a tapestry of shadows and whispers. The air grew thick with the scent of ancient blooms, and the wheel's rhythmic song whispered secrets of forgotten realms. Time lost its hold as I trod unfamiliar paths, the cobblestones beneath my feet leading me deeper into a realm beyond the veil of familiarity. The carriage's melody morphed into a haunting tune, weaving a spell of longing and remembrance as I trudged on, an unwitting companion to its eternal journey. And then a stumble, a fleeting moment of disorientation, and the carriage vanished, leaving me standing on the threshold of my own reality, the clock's toll marking midnight's embrace. Returning to the haven of my room, I discovered a lone lilac blossom resting on my desk, its petals a mesmerizing hue that defied description. Months passed, and still, the carriage haunted our streets, a silent sentinel of unseen forces. I grew accustomed to its nightly vigil, finding solace in its unchanging presence, a reminder of the mysteries that lurked beyond the veil of the known. The lilac blossom, a silent witness to the enigma, remained unchanged by time, its petals whispering of forgotten melodies in the stillness of night. As raindrops painted a soothing melody on my window, I awaited the carriage's nocturnal procession, pondering the secrets it carried through the mist-shrouded streets. In the quiet of my room, the gentle pull of sleep beckoned, urging me to surrender to dreams of endless journeys and timeless melodies. And as the wheels of the carriage whispered their eternal song, I drifted into slumber, cradled by the mysteries that danced on the edge of consciousness, where reality and dreams entwined in a delicate waltz. Story 33. The gentle glow of streetlights filtered through a soft autumn mist, casting elongated shadows that moved with a mysterious grace. The cobblestones beneath my feet shimmered with dew, creating a delicate sound as I walked through the quiet alley. Ancient brick buildings stood tall on either side, their weathered facades telling tales of time and weather. Though this path was one I knew well, tonight held a sense of the unknown. The air held a peculiar stillness, as if the world itself paused to listen. The familiar sense of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cool stone lingered in the air, more vivid and purposeful than ever before. Each step I took seemed to echo longer than usual, the shadows trailing behind me like silk in a breeze I could not feel. The rhythmic tap of my shoes against the cobblestones became the only sound in the hushed night. To my right, an old antique shop displayed its treasures in the window. Brass candlesticks, aged photographs in tarnished frames, and fragile porcelain figures. But tonight, the items appeared subtly shifted, as if rearranged by unseen hands. One photograph in particular caught my eye, depicting a misty alley resembling the one I now stood in. The mist thickened around me, not menacingly, but like a gentle embrace settling over the evening. It carried a faint metallic tang, reminiscent of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber light from the street lamps transformed into soft halos, pulsating slowly, as if the night itself breathed. I continued my journey, noticing further subtle changes around me. The shadows cast by objects in the antique shop window no longer obeyed the laws of light. They moved with fluidity, shaping into forms that hinted at figures just beyond recognition. Yet their dance held no fear, only a mesmerizing and tranquil allure. The brick walls absorbed the sound of my footsteps, enveloping me in a comforting silence, like a shawl of quietude. The air grew heavy with the scent of old parchment and tea leaves, although no shops nearby sold such goods. Specks of light drifted lazily through the mist, akin to fireflies on a summer night. I found myself slowing my pace, drawn into the hypnotic ambience surrounding me. The shadows continued their silent waltz, responding to my presence with a shy curiosity, stretching towards me before retreating with grace. The antique shop's window now reflected more than just its wares. Within the glass, layers of time merged, ghostly images of past passers-by, their forms translucent and serene, moving in an eternal cycle, unaware of my existence or the present. The mist weaved intricate patterns in the air, almost forming meaningful shapes, like whispers inscribed in smoke. The shadows began to take on distinct forms, hinting at forgotten merchants, Victorian ladies with parasols, and children at play, all moving silently through their remembered routines. Approaching the end of the alley, I noticed a peculiar aspect of my own shadow. It moved independently of my steps, as if contemplating each movement before mirroring it. There was a comforting echo in this delay, a reflection of time within movement. The air grew warmer, carrying hints of chamomile and lavender, though no gardens bloomed nearby. The mist pulsed gently with a soft amber light emanating from within, as if the night itself held a gentle heartbeat. The brick walls appeared to breathe, their surfaces rippling ever so slightly with each pulse of light. As I reached out to touch a wall, a gentle warmth greeted my fingertips. The bricks seemed to recall memories of their own, releasing them in waves of subtle sensation. The touch of countless hands, whispered conversations, the warmth of summer days, and the cool embrace of winter nights. The shadows on the cobblestones began to form intricate designs, shifting and flowing like dark water. They narrated tales of the alley's past, of intersecting lives, shared secrets, and kept promises. Each pattern seamlessly transitioned into the next, creating an endless narrative written in light and shadow. Time lost its significance as I stood there, witnessing the silent play of history unfold. The mist enveloped me in a tender embrace, and the shadows continued their elegant performance. The boundary between observer and participant blurred as I became part of the alley's ongoing tale. As night deepened, the shadows grew more defined, yet retained a gentle demeanor. They moved with intent, shaping forms that hinted at doorways and windows to other times. Through these shadowy gateways, I glimpsed the alley in bygone eras, horse-drawn carriages silently passing, phantom lamplighters igniting gas lamps, women in flowing dresses tending to their doorsteps. The antique shop's window transformed into a canvas for temporal echoes, reflecting not only the present, but layers of past and potential futures. The displayed items shifted and transformed when viewed from different angles, each telling its own story through subtle motions and changing reflections. My shadow now joined the others in their silent dance, moving with natural grace across the cobblestones, intertwining with the existing patterns like a brush through water. This experience was not unsettling, but rather profoundly peaceful, as if I had found my place in an eternal choreography. As I turned to leave the alley, my shadow hesitated briefly before following. The mist parted gently before me, and the amber light of the street lamps seemed to bid me farewell. The air still carried the strange, comforting sense of chamomile and old books, though they faded like a dream upon waking. Glancing back, I witnessed the shadows continue their wordless dance, weaving tales in the spaces between light and dark. The antique shop's window reflected one last image, my form, walking through the alley, existing in a time that could have been yesterday or a century past. The distinction no longer held weight. Carrying the tranquility of that evening, I made my way home, knowing the alley would never appear the same to me again. The shadows would forever dance there, sharing their silent stories with those willing to observe and listen. And sometimes, on quiet, misty nights, I returned to join their gentle performance, adding my shadow to their timeless, silent symphony. Story 34. The soft, rhythmic tap of raindrops on my window had transformed into a soothing melody, a familiar tune that lulled me into a tranquil state. With each gentle drop, it felt as though the rain was whispering ancient secrets, weaving a mystical symphony that enveloped the night. Inheriting my grandmother's house a mere 3 months ago had unraveled a veil of enigmatic charm that shrouded the old abode. Subtle shifts in the house's essence began to reveal themselves to me, as if the very walls were shedding layers of forgotten tales. On this particular night, the rain descended with a delicate touch, veiling the world in a misty embrace that blurred the boundaries of reality. The weathered wooden floorboards underfoot creaked softly with each step, murmuring echoes of bygone eras. The air carried the familiar scent of aged books and lavender, a nostalgic blend that evoked memories of tranquil afternoons spent in the library with my grandmother. My nightly ritual had transcended routine, evolving into a meditative practice. I would methodically traverse each room before retiring, ensuring all windows were sealed shut and all doors securely closed. The house, spacious yet intimate, cradled me in its embrace. Vintage wall sconces bathed the corridors in a warm amber glow, casting dancing pools of light that painted shifting shadows on the wallpaper. Approaching the end of the upstairs hallway, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The air grew denser, carrying a faint metallic tang that hinted at an imminent storm. Standing before the door to my grandmother's study, the dark, towering mahogany surface seemed to exude a peculiar aura tonight. Had it always loomed so large and imposing? The brass doorknob gleamed with an ethereal sheen amidst the encroaching shadows. Placing my hand on the familiar wood, I felt a strange alteration in its texture beneath my fingertips. The grain of the wood seemed to pulse with life, as if awakening from a slumber of ages. Despite the warm summer evening, the door felt unusually cool to the touch, almost chilling. Turning the knob, I noted the effortless glide of its movement, unlike its usual slight resistance. With a hushed whisper, the door swung open, unveiling the study beyond. At first glance, the room appeared ordinary, the antique desk bathed in moonlight, bookshelves adorned with treasures, the weathered leather armchair where my grandmother once sat. Yet, a subtle discord lingered in the air, akin to a painting askew. Shadows loomed in the corners, dense and profound. The familiar scent of old books and leather now carried a delicate undertone, a whisper of night-blooming blossoms. Stepping into the study, the aged floorboards sighed beneath my weight, their echoes lingering longer than expected. Rows of antique books adorned the shelves, their spines creating a mosaic of faded hues and gilded titles. In the dim light, the titles seemed to shift and morph when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. Intrigued, I gravitated towards a particular volume that stood out amidst the collection. Its dark leather binding absorbed the room's light, contrasting sharply with its neighbors. Just as my fingers grazed the book, a subtle movement caught my eye. The shadows behind the desk undulated like dark waters disturbed by an unseen force. The air chilled, carrying scents of damp earth and autumn leaves. The rain's melody outside faded, replaced by a profound silence that enveloped my senses. The door clicked softly behind me, though I hadn't closed it. Turning to glance, the door appeared altered, adorned with symbols that flowed and shifted like liquid, ancient and enigmatic. Yet with a blink, it reverted to my grandmother's study door, a familiar facade. Returning my focus to the bookshelf, the dark volume I had reached for had vanished, leaving a void in its wake. The neighboring books leaned inward, as if eager to conceal the absence. A whisper of movement brushed past my shoulder, carrying a faint trace of lavender, my grandmother's cherished fragrance. The room's ambience shifted, cocooning me in an intimate embrace. The windows, once portals to the rainy night, now reflected only darkness, as if the external world had dissolved. Yet, this darkness bore no malice. It cradled me like a warm embrace, familiar and comforting. Settling into the well-loved leather armchair, its contours molding to my form like an old friend, I observed the shadows' intricate performance. They danced with purpose now, weaving cryptic patterns on the walls, as if inscribing tales too ancient for mortal comprehension. Time ebbed away, minutes melting into hours, as I surrendered to the mesmerizing display. The darkness beyond the windows assumed a velvety texture, undulating with unseen currents, akin to silk in a gentle breeze. The air thickened with unspoken narratives, laden with memories that blurred the line between personal recollections and the house's own history. Ghostly movements flickered in the window's reflection, ethereal shapes hinting at enigmatic truths. The door stood sentinel, its significance swelling with each passing moment. No longer a mere entrance to a study, it beckoned towards realms unknown, vast, ageless, brimming with silent wisdom. The brass doorknob throbbed with a pulsating light, akin to a steady heartbeat echoing in the night. As darkness deepened, the boundaries between wakefulness and slumber blurred. The shadows coalesced into intricate designs, speaking of cosmic truths and geometric wonders. They wove a tapestry of existence, each movement deliberate and profound. Lavender infused the air, mingling with other scents that evoked childhood reveries and distant lands. The darkness outside radiated with an inner luminescence, a beacon of infinite possibilities and untold narratives. Shapes flitted within, graceful and purposeful, evoking a dance of cosmic proportions. The rain's cadence shifted, transmuting into a haunting melody that tugged at elusive memories. Unconsciously rising from the armchair, I found myself drawn towards the beckoning door. Its surface undulated like liquid, revealing hidden patterns that danced within the wood grain. The brass doorknob emitted a gentle, welcoming glow, pulsing with an irresistible allure. Reaching out, I felt a sense of recognition, a profound familiarity that transcended rational thought. The door swung open noiselessly, unveiling not an ordinary corridor but a realm suffused with shifting shadows and whispered echoes. It was a darkness pregnant with potential, a realm of unspoken promises. Whispers cascaded from within, fragments of known voices and half-remembered melodies intertwining in a symphony of the arcane. Lavender wafted through, mingling with the scent of ancient tomes and something ethereal, a hint of starlight and distant dreams. I stood on the threshold, feeling the gentle tug of the unknown. The darkness reached out, tendrils of shadow caressing me, not with menace, but with a tender invitation. Behind me, the study faded into obscurity, its familiar contours dissipating as the doorway claimed my focus. The line between reality and fantasy blurred, merging into a fluid tapestry of possibilities. Whether I crossed that threshold or lingered in the study, the distinction grew ephemeral. The door remained, a paradox of presence and absence, a portal to realms beyond comprehension. On quiet, rainy nights, the allure of that door lingers, beckoning me to explore its mysteries. Sometimes it stands as a mere threshold to my grandmother's study, solid and tangible. Yet in the depths of night, when shadows waltz and memories thicken the air, it transforms into something else, a gateway to endless twilight, a bridge between what is and what could be. The darkness beyond pulses with an eternal presence, neither benevolent nor malevolent, a canvas of infinite potential. In that boundless expanse, perhaps my grandmother still dwells in her armchair, immersed in tales without conclusion, enveloped by shadows brimming with ancient wisdom. The rain continues its gentle descent, a reminder that some enigmas are meant to be experienced, not unraveled. The door stands as both an invitation and an enigma, leading not to darkness but to a different kind of light. Story 35. The gentle embrace of twilight draped itself over the weathered stone walls of the forsaken monastery, casting a hue of royal purple upon the ancient grounds. At the threshold of the abandoned sanctuary I stood, enraptured by the mist that meandered through the crumbling arches, carrying with it the fragrant essence of wild roses that adorned the aged stones with delicate grace. In that fleeting moment before nightfall, a hush enveloped the surroundings, as if even the avian creatures paused in breathless anticipation of the impending darkness. My purpose for venturing into this realm of desolation was to capture the allure of the ruins through the lens of my camera, beckoned by tales of their eerie beauty. The weight of my camera hung reassuringly around my neck, a familiar presence amidst the unfamiliarity of this ancient site. Sunbeams, the last remnants of daylight, filtered through fractured windows, casting elongated shadows that waltzed across the time-worn flagstones. Each footfall reverberated softly through the vacant corridors, harmonizing with the gentle rustle of leaves carried by the evening zephyr. Centuries had passed since the monastery's inception, its stoic walls bearing witness to unspoken prayers and whispered confessions. Now, reclaimed by nature, ivy enveloped the edifice like a loving embrace, while moss carpeted the floors in a tapestry of emerald velvet. As I ventured deeper into the labyrinthine structure, a gradual chill descended, defying the warmth of the summer evening. The air bore a subtle dampness that caused the stone to glisten under the illumination of my camera's flash. The quality of light within the monastery captivated my gaze. It lingered in certain nooks beyond the natural order, bending around pillars in a defiance of physics. A particular corridor beckoned to me, adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes that clung to the walls like fading memories. The figures within the paintings seemed to shift subtly in my peripheral vision, yet remained motionless and weathered when directly confronted. As twilight deepened, a peculiar aspect of the whispering wind that traversed the ruins caught my attention. Its movements were not arbitrary but purposeful, akin to invisible tendrils caressing the stone. At times, the wind carried a semblance of whispered words in an unfamiliar tongue, just beyond the threshold of comprehension. Setting up my tripod in what appeared to be the central chapel, I readied my camera for long exposure shots amidst the waning light. Despite the decay, the space exuded an aura of reverence, with fragments of stained glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns upon the floor when illuminated by my flash. While adjusting my camera settings, I discerned a subtle harmony in the ambient sounds enveloping me. The whispers of the wind had evolved into a discernible cadence, akin to a melodic rhythm coursing through the ruins. With each gust, the perfume of roses intensified, mingling with the earthy aroma of ancient stone and moss. Enthralled by the symphony of nature, I swayed involuntarily, entranced by the harmonious convergence of sound and scent. Peering through the viewfinder, I observed how the shadows seemed to undulate in unusual formations, pooling in corners and undulating like a slumbering creature's breath in response to the wind's cadence. Click after click, my camera attempted to immortalize these ethereal movements, although an ineffable sense told me they transcended the capabilities of my lens. As nightfall enshrouded the monastery in its inky embrace, the temperature plummeted further. Wisps of breath materialized in the air, though the cold had not yet become biting. The wind's whispers adopted a more urgent timbre, and amidst its sussurrations, I fancied I heard my name carried upon its currents, not spoken, but woven from the interplay of rushing air and the faint clatter of loose tiles. Inexplicably drawn deeper into the heart of the complex, I traversed the halls, my camera incessantly capturing the ephemeral dance of shadows and moonlight. In the deserted library, where vacant shelves lined the walls in somber silence, the wind's voice resonated most clearly. It traversed the chamber akin to the turning of invisible pages, carrying murmurs that tantalized with elusive significance. The shadows, once mere silhouettes, now pulsed with a velvety depth, responding to the wind's choreography with a languid grace. Framing a final shot as moonbeams cascaded across barren shelves, I closed my eyes, immersing myself in the symphony of the wind's whispers. Its melody wove a tapestry of bygone eras, of prayers exhaled and enigmas veiled, of existence lived and lost within these hallowed walls. Upon reopening my eyes, a subtle transformation had transpired within the darkness that enveloped me. No longer vacant, the shadows possessed a profound depth, akin to portals into an alternate realm. The wind's song crescendoed, a palpable vibration coursing through my being, though the air remained eerily still. In my peripheral vision, fleeting apparitions flitted amidst the bookshelves, vanishing upon my direct gaze. Reluctantly gathering my equipment, I commenced my departure, the wind's whispers now suffused with a poignant farewell. The redolence of roses swelled, nearly suffocating in its saccharine sweetness. Pausing at the monastery's threshold, I cast a final glance backward. In the moon's luminescence, the ruins shimmered as if suspended between epochs, between realities. Upon reviewing the photographs later, they depicted solely decay and shadow, devoid of the spectral allure I had witnessed. Yet, in the stillness of night, when the wind orchestrates its ethereal melody outside my window, echoes of that otherworldly serenade permeate the air. Through slumber's veil, I revisit those moon-kissed ruins, where the wind imparts its ancient secrets to those patient enough to listen. In moments of tranquility, I ponder the animated shadows, the enigmatic whispers that linger on the cusp of comprehension. The enigma of that fateful night remains unexplained, existing in the liminal realm between reality and reverie, between knowing and merely sensing. The monastery, I am certain, endures, its stones echoing a silent elegy to the wind. Occasionally, the notion of revisiting teases my thoughts, of lingering in that ancient library until shadows deepen and whispers resurge. Yet an intangible intuition dissuades me. Some doors, once ajar, can never be rediscovered, residing solely in memory, in dreams, and in the narratives woven when night is darkest, and the wind murmurs in voices on the brink of understanding. Story 36. The soft, rhythmic patter of autumn rain against the windows enveloped my study in a tranquil melody as I delved into the ancient family documents. The cozy embrace of the antique desk lamp cast a warm circle of light around me, while the shadows danced gently around the room. This house was a legacy from my grandmother, a sanctuary of memories passed down through the generations. Among the yellowed papers, my fingers stumbled upon a mysterious find, a weathered journal, its leather cover telling silent tales of the past. Opening it revealed the familiar script of my grandmother, detailing the mundane observations of household affairs, until a particular entry caught my eye. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. As the rain continued its lulling symphony, I leaned back in my chair, pondering those words. Memories of exploring the root cellar during childhood visits flickered in my mind, but no recollection of an extra door surfaced. The leather of the chair sighed softly as I shifted, and somewhere within the house, aged beams settled with a gentle groan. Silently, I rose from my seat, my bare feet making no sound on the plush carpet as I made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a dim hallway awaited the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the light from above. With a smooth turn of the old key, a rush of cool air greeted me as I descended the wooden steps. The root cellar exuded a tapestry of scents, earth and stone, the essence of the foundation, and lingering whispers of apples and potatoes stored long ago. My flashlight's beam danced across the rough stone walls and ancient shelves, everything appearing as expected until a peculiar sight caught my attention in the corner. A subtle difference in the texture of the wall beckoned me closer, revealing hidden variations in the mortar lines. My fingertips traced the pattern, discovering a slight indentation. With a soft click, a section of the wall swung open, unveiling a staircase leading into darkness. The steps, pristine and untouched by time, beckoned me downward with a strange warmth and a delicate fragrance reminiscent of summer blooms. While my grandmother's journal hinted at the door's existence, it remained silent about its destination. Curiosity tugged at me, yet a sense of peace enveloped the perfectly crafted staircase. The flashlight revealed an endless descent, the rain's gentle cadence replaced by a distant, soothing hum. Time meandered leisurely in this space, each moment stretching like molten honey. As I descended, the quality of light shifted, the beams softening and casting iridescent patterns on the walls. The air held a mix of sweetness and antiquity, vibrations humming through the stones as if whispering ancient secrets. Faint sounds teased my ears, music, murmurs, rustling leaves, only to fade into the ambient resonance when I strained to listen. The staircase wound into a small landing adorned with mysterious inscriptions that seemed to writhe and transform like liquid ink on a page. Choosing to pause at this threshold, I absorbed the warm currents and gentle vibrations, feeling neither unwelcome nor threatened. The space simply existed, a timeless enigma. Returning to the surface, I found the cellar unchanged, the hidden door closing with a soft click. Back in my study, the rain's serenade persisted as I gazed at my grandmother's journal. Below the entry about the mysterious door, a barely visible inscription caught my eye. Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our understanding. I never ventured back to the staircase, but on quiet nights when the house murmured its settling lullaby, hints of that warm, fragrant air would drift into my consciousness, carrying ephemeral echoes of distant whispers. In those moments, I grasped my grandmother's wisdom. The journal now resides in my desk drawer, a testament to the uncharted spaces between reality and reverie, between knowledge and intuition. Such mysteries, I realize, find solace in the twilight realm where questions need no answers, and the enigmatic veils us in a comforting embrace on a rainy autumn evening. Story 37. The soft patter of raindrops against the ancient stone walls of the cave serenaded me as I stood at its entrance, my lantern casting a warm glow on the rugged surfaces. The air carried the earthy fragrance of damp moss and mineral-laden water, a scent untouched by the hand of man for centuries. As a geologist, I had traversed many caves, but this one felt different, as if it held a secret meant only for me. Each step I took reverberated softly, accompanied by the gentle splash of water droplets forming puddles beneath my feet. The limestone formations glistened in the lantern light, casting dancing shadows that seemed to come alive with a mysterious energy. Tracing my fingers along the cool, damp walls, I could feel the stories etched in the textures, tales of millions of years unfolding before me. The tunnel widened into a grand chamber, where the ceiling soared beyond the reach of my lantern's glow. The symphony of water droplets falling into pools filled the space, creating a natural melody that resonated through the cavern. As I advanced, my boots left impressions in the fine silt blanketing the ground. It was then that I noticed a peculiar sight. Delicate footprints intermingling with mine, appearing and disappearing as if a phantom dancer had graced the chamber. Fresh and intricate, these prints puzzled me, for I had seen no other visitors at the cave's entrance. Following the mysterious footprints further into the depths, the sounds of rain outside faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the soft drip of water and a subtle presence that beckoned me to listen closely. The echo of footsteps always just beyond reach teased my senses, prompting me to follow without hesitation. The passages twisted and turned, revealing natural wonders adorned with sparkling mineral formations that shimmered like celestial bodies in the lantern's light. The phantom footsteps led the way, never faltering at the crossroads we encountered. Time seemed to bend and sway as I journeyed, the cave enveloping me in a timeless embrace. Occasional movements caught my eye, elusive shadows dancing at the edge of vision, only to vanish upon inspection. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm synchronizing with my heartbeat, yet originating from an unexpected source above. Raising my lantern higher, I illuminated a series of natural shelves ascending the cave wall, the footprints defying gravity as they ascended. My mind searched for rational explanations, but a haunting melody filled the chamber, emanating from the very stone itself. The footsteps ceased, yielding to the ethereal music that pulsed through the air, stirring a sense of wonder within me. Shadows swayed in harmony with the haunting tune, the cave coming alive with a mystical energy that transcended the ordinary. Seated upon a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the enchanting melody, the cave's ambience shifting into a dreamlike state. Water droplets fell in synchrony with the music, creating shimmering ripples in the pools that mirrored the golden light of my lantern. Lost in time, I swayed to the invisible orchestra, feeling a connection to the ancient rhythm of the cave. When I finally stirred to leave, the footprints had vanished, leaving only a lingering memory of the surreal encounter. The melody faded as I retraced my steps, the cave now imbued with a sense of shared intimacy, a secret between us. At the mouth of the cave, the sun's rays cast long shadows, illuminating a single set of footprints beside mine, leading into the light and vanishing. In that moment, the cave whispered a final echo, a soft laughter that drifted away like a fading dream. The unearthly melody stayed with me, a haunting presence that surfaced in the quiet depths of other caves, a reminder of that mystical encounter. And sometimes, in the hushed moments underground, I hear distant footsteps echoing my tune, a spectral dance just around the corner, always on the edge of perception.